We'll just give it another minute and have everybody join in, and then we'll get started. So if the rest of the commissioners can start their video, we can get going.
Hi, I'm here. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes, just give me 1 second, Chair Mallory, while I start the recording.
Williams.
Recording in progress.
You can go ahead, Chair Williams.
Okay, we can get started. Okay. Welcome everyone to the regular Planning Commission meeting of April 26, 2022. At this time, we will say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, at this time, I would like to ask the Planning Secretary to do a roll call.
Chair Williams.
Present.
Vice Chair Ebnetter.
Present.
Commissioner Nugent.
Present.
Commissioner Patel.
Present.
Great. Thank you. So, as a reminder, still, due to the physical distancing protocols in place at this time, we continue to encourage public participation remotely. Information on how to provide public comment is explained at the bottom of the published agenda. There are 2 ways to participate. Join the Zoom meeting by clicking on the link at the top of the agenda and use the raise your hand button to be called on at the appropriate time. Phone-in participation can be done by calling area code 408-638-0968 with the conference ID number, meeting ID 829-9070-5376 and passcode 468848. When the item of interest is opened for consideration, press *9 to raise your hand to be called on. When called upon, press *6 to unmute and state your name and then provide your comments. These options for public comment will remain available until I close the public comment period for that specific item. Okay. So at this time, we'll go on to the consent calendar. Mary, can you please read the consent calendar for us?
Yes, the item number 1 is Planning Commission meeting minutes. Approve the minutes of the special and regular meetings of March 22nd, 2022.
Thank you. So are there any members of the commission that would like to pull the meeting minutes from the consent calendar and provide any comments? Okay, great. If any members of the public wish to comment on a consent calendar item, now would be the time to raise your hand to make a comment. This is for consent calendar items only, which at this time are the meeting minutes from the last meeting. Okay, so at this time we'll move on to the consent calendar. So,
and then did the commission want to take a vote to approve the minutes?
Yeah, I was just going to move on to that. So at this time, I need a motion to approve the meeting minutes. From, I should actually comment, maybe Mary mentioned this. It's the special and regular meetings of March 22nd.
Through the chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve both the special meeting minutes and the regular meeting minutes for March 22nd.
I'll second that.
Second. Thank you. I think, Mary, we need to take a roll call vote.
Yes. Chair Williams?
Approved.
Vice Chair,
Yes.
Vice Chair Nutter?
Sorry.
Yes.
Commissioner Nugent?
Yes.
Commissioner Patel?
Yes.
Great. All right. With that, the meeting minutes are approved. So at this point, we'll go on to the public comment period. And during the public comment period, members of the public may speak on general items of interest within the Commission's jurisdiction that are not on the agenda. Each member of the public may speak for a maximum of 3 minutes with a maximum of 15 minutes for the entire public comment period. The Commission shall not act on or discuss any matters raised during the public comment period, which are not on the agenda, but shall refer such matters to staff for review and or request such matters be placed on a future agenda. Are there any members of the public that would like to comment at this time?
Chair Williams, there are no hands raised. Oh, there is one hand raised. One moment. There's one hand raised. Evan, can you go ahead and unmute yourself?
Hi, Commission. Thanks for taking the time to hear us tonight. I was just tuning in late, so I'm not sure if I'm at the right public comment point. But I'm just encouraging you, when you're looking at your housing element sites, that they be realistic and developable and actually happening. If something isn't realistic, it shouldn't be on your inventory. Shouldn't be on anyone's inventory. That helps other cities as well. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay. Thank you. This is the general public comment period. So if there's anyone else that has a general comment, you can raise their hand at this time.
Commissioner Williams, there does not look like there's any more general public commenters at this time.
Okay, great. Okay, so I think we can move right into the public hearing then. So item 2 is the draft of the 2023 to 2031 housing element. And we have Zach Dahl and Manira Sandir that are going to be presenting to us tonight.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. Zach Dahl, Deputy Director with the Community Development Department, also joined by Manira Sandir, our Planning Manager, and Diana Elrod, the city's housing consultant for our housing element. Next slide, please. So before we get started on this item, I did want to just acknowledge the housing element team that has been working for over this past year to put together the draft housing element. As noted, myself, Manira Sandir, Eloisa Murillo Garcia, our recently hired housing manager, as well as Sandy Council, our past housing manager, also Julia Klein, Linda Lee, and Nicholas Vu with community development. And then also we have Diana Elrod, our primary housing consultant, supporting the housing element effort. Also Nicholas Hamilton with Good City Company, Root Policy, and 21 Elements. We have also been collaborating with them on a number of aspects of our housing element as well. So this has been a real team effort to get the housing element to the point that it is before you this evening. So for tonight's agenda, we will start with the staff presentation. We will be available for follow-up questions, then move into public comment. And then we are proposing that for your discussion, given that there is a lot of topic matter to cover this evening, that you break the discussion into four pieces to kind of focus your comments. First, focusing on the adequate sites inventory, both the inventory itself and methodology. Then the affirmatively furthering fair housing, the background and narrative. Then all of the remaining housing element sections, if you have any comments on that. And then moving to the goals, policies, and programs. And that then does include the affirmatively furthering fair housing policies and programs. So you'll kind of have two pieces for that affirmative AFFH portion. And then once this meeting concludes, the next steps include bringing the draft housing element to City Council on May 16th. Then, based on the public comments, your comments this evening, and the City Council's comments, we will then update the draft housing element end of May into June, with the target of submitting our draft for first review by the state's Housing and Community Development Department, or HCD, in the month of June. So our objectives for this evening, for the commission to receive the report, receive the public comments, both those verbal and the written comments that were attached to the agenda report and have been subsequently submitted. And then using that information, provide staff with feedback and input on the draft housing element. We do want to note that it is still in draft form. And this isn't, so we aren't looking for a formal recommendation this evening, but more input and feedback to kind of further refine and hone the draft housing element before it is submitted to HCD for review. And then, as noted, we will bring the draft housing element back to the commission in the fall for formal review and recommendation. So looking at our presentation this evening, we'll start with an overview of our regional housing needs allocation and our strategy for how to address it, an overview of our site's inventory and its methodology, discussion of our quantified objectives, summary of our affirmatively furthering fair housing narrative and background, summary of our public participation that has been going on since this past summer, an overview of our goals, policies, and programs, as well as a timeline for the housing element moving forward through adoption. So a little bit of background on the housing element. It is an element or a chapter of the city's general plan, and it is the only element of our general plan that requires certification by the state, and that comes via the state's Housing and Community Development Department. A general plan plans for a 20-year cycle. However, housing elements plan for 8-year housing cycles. Our last housing element was adopted in 2014, 2015, and the current housing element cycle will be planning for the cycle between the years of 2023 and 2031. As part of this draft, we are currently in our 30-day public review period, which started on April 6th and will run through May 6th. And overall, our regional housing needs allocation for the Bay Area as a whole was allocated a little over 440,000 new housing units, and the city of San Mateo's share is 715 housing units, both affordable and above moderate or market rate. So here's a breakdown of the city's regional housing needs allocation, or RHNA. We have a total of 7,015 units, broken up over our very low income categories, low, moderate, and then above moderate or market rate. And for reference, the AMI is the area median income, and for the county of San Mateo, which is the point at which we're guided to set our affordable levels, the AMI is $166,000 for a family, a 4-person household. So after the city received its RHNA, the overarching strategy that we undertook, and this is based on public input as well as early input from both the commission and the council, was to focus on establishing conservative production and density assumptions for housing sites, with the goal being that hopefully most of the sites on our inventory, when they develop, will actually develop more units than we're currently allocating, to ensure that we have a really good opportunity to meet our RHNA and to achieve the numbers that we've outlined in our sites inventory. We have focused on sites that are spread around the city to be consistent with AFFH requirements. And we are looking at high density and mixed use projects primarily on underutilized parcels. So these are not vacant parcels. These are parcels that are underutilized and would be redeveloped. We are able to utilize existing land use and zoning density. And so the sites inventory, which we'll go into a little bit more here shortly, does not require any rezoning to achieve the target housing production of over 10,000 new units. In addition, we do have our general plan update, which this commission recently reviewed the land use map, which has a target for adoption by the end of 2023. And depending on where it goes from there, could go into effect in 2024. And those land uses are targeted to probably further expand allowable densities, which would just further increase the buffer for our sites inventory. We do want to note that we have a significant number of pipeline projects. Over 350 housing units are currently under construction, and we have another 2,000 plus housing units that are under review and or approved. We did also want to note that our sites inventory does have a very low reliance on ADU production. We have generated some estimates for ADU production based on past permit history. But overall, it's a very small percentage. So we don't have a heavy reliance on ADUs in order to meet our RHNA. And we are not building in any reliance on SB9 units, even though we do anticipate that there will be new SB9 units created during this current housing cycle. So just a little bit more detail on our pipeline projects. Our project that we just broke ground on, Kiku Crossing, is in the process of developing 225 new affordable units. We also have a mixed-use project at 303 Baldwin. And then we do have a number of entitled or approved projects or under review projects, the largest being Concar Passage, which is a mixed-use project that will develop 961 new apartment units. Next slide. So I wanted to touch on the methodology that went into the development of our adequate sites list. And so the most important piece I wanted to note is that this inventory has been developed and vetted, and we've probably reviewed and updated, pulled sites, added sites at least 4 different times. And this has been in consultation with HCD. We have also spoken with HCD early to vet the site topologies that we use to establish the ranking and probabilities for our sites. And we do want to note this is a mathematical exercise to ensure that we do have sufficient capacity to meet our RHNA allocation of 7,015 new units. When you do look at the sites, we are allocating units by site based on the percentage of affordable units that is contained in our RHNA. So we are noting that for a lot of these sites, we do have housing capacity, and we are breaking it down. So when you see the allocation of low, very low, moderate, and above moderate, this percentage breakdown follows the RHNA allocation that was provided by the state through ABAG. This does not necessarily mean that each site will be developed with this number of affordable units, but that is a methodology that is acceptable to HCD and is used to demonstrate that we do have the capacity to develop at least 7,015 new housing units. Some of the sites listed will be built with housing, some will probably not, some probably will not be redeveloped at all, and then some sites that are not on the sites inventory will very likely be developed with housing over this upcoming 8-year cycle. So think of this sites inventory as a floor, not a ceiling, in terms of the potential housing capacity that the city has. So as noted, the sites inventory list was an extensive parcel by parcel review. And primarily these sites are located within general plan study areas. So once our updated general plan is adopted and we have our updated land use densities, each of these sites will have capacity that is even larger than it currently exists. And we did rank each site and provided scores based on the likelihood that they will develop during this 8-year housing cycle. And we also looked at historical redevelopment patterns to help guide this ranking. And one example of this is the likelihood of older office sites to be redeveloped into housing sites. We have met with developers to discern what they look for when they redevelop sites, and we have reviewed zoning of its max density versus the built density, and that has been factored in to the assumptions. And we actually did go with even more conservative assumptions than might have otherwise been allowed. But then again, as noted before, the goal is to make sure that when a site redevelops, it meets or exceeds the housing units that we have assigned it within our sites inventory. And one of the things that we did want to note because of Measure Y and the relatively low density cap of 50 units per acre that exists within the city, typically a city of this the size of San Mateo will often have zoning districts that allow for higher densities. We have noted that just about every housing development that has been submitted over the past 5 years has utilized density bonus. So projects are realizing densities that go beyond 100% of the zone density because of density bonus. But per state guidance, we are not factoring in density bonus units when we look at the site capacity for each one of these sites. So that is one of the factors of why we do think it's likely that most sites will actually be developed at densities higher than those identified in the site's inventory. Next slide, please. So here's a map, and we have our map of resource areas coming up shortly. But as you can see, we've kind of identified 5 clusters of where a lot of our sites are located. But as you can see, they are really spread around the city. As we've have a number of sites over at Bridgepoint at the east end of town, downtown, and areas to the north. We've got a number of sites around the Hillsdale Mall and Hillsdale Caltrain Station, as well as to the south in the Molly Stone Shopping Center area. And then a number of sites around the 92 interchanges with both El Camino and 101. This is a summary breakdown of our sites inventory by the numbers. Overall, we are looking at a total number of units of up to 10,900, which provides a 56% buffer over the city's total RENA of 7,015 units. Next slide, please. So here you can see the city broken down into its resource opportunity areas. And so we did focus on spreading the sites around and trying to get sites into all of our resource areas. Well, the highest resource areas do not have many sites. We did want to note that many of our ADUs are anticipated to be built in our highest resource areas. So that is one area where you aren't seeing specific sites, but we will be generating additional units in the highest. But we have spread a lot of our sites around our high resource areas, as well as then looking at sites within moderate and then our moderate rapidly changing area as well. So that we did focus on this to ensure we are being consistent with guidance, RAFFH guidance. In addition to our sites inventory, we also have our quantified objectives. And so the quantified objectives, as noted before, they do not represent a ceiling, but rather set a realistic, achievable target for the jurisdiction based on needs, resources, and constraints. Ideally, our quantified objectives could meet or exceed our RENA. However, they do not have to meet the RENA, and as this is taken straight from the HCD guidebook when it comes to how you develop your quantified objectives. If we have other barriers, such as resources that limit us, the goal is to be quantified and set realistic targets. And so in this case, we did want to highlight there is nothing wrong. Ideally, we can provide quantified objectives that are aligned with our RENA, but if in this case we are estimating numbers that do fall a little bit short, but that is consistent with HCD guidance. So in this case, the primary impediment to having quantified objectives that could meet our RENA is the cost to develop housing, in particular affordable housing. And as you can see here, based on 2021 numbers, the average cost of a new housing unit is around $700,000. And so if we were to fully build out our affordable units, this is not our market rate or above moderate, we would be looking at a cost of at least $2.8 billion. And so obviously, that's a significant impediment. We are looking to leverage the money available within the city's budget, but obviously we fall far short of having $2.8 billion in resources to build. And so that is the primary impediment that we are looking to overcome if we are to develop all of the affordable units that are contained within our RENA allocation. So here is a kind of a brief breakdown of our quantified objectives. We did identify the potential to conserve or preserve a total of 470 existing units, of which 74 are affordable. For new construction pipeline and future projects, we have created an objective of approximately 4,800 new units, 906 of which would be affordable. And then on the city's front, this is based on city-funded projects. We are looking at the development of 275 new affordable units, both in the Kiku Crossings project and then the project that is slated for the Talbot's parking lot, which is currently in the pre-app process. Also, based on city affordable housing funds, we have identified the potential to construct up to 260 new affordable units. This is if the city built them ourselves. If we are able to leverage outside resources that's from the state and federal or other areas, this number could grow. But if we were to fund them on our own based on current and future commercial linkage and other affordable housing fees, we estimate we could develop up to 260 new units. So overall, our quantified objectives have identified the potential to develop up to 1,500 new affordable units and 5,800 total new units. Next slide. And so at this point, I would like to hand it over to our housing consultant, Diana Elrod, who can walk us through our affirmatively furthering fair housing background narrative and then how that built into our goals and policies.
Great, thank you. Good evening. AB 686 is a state law that is modeled on a Obama-era law called Affirmatively Furthering Fair Housing. And the analysis behind this has to include fair housing enforcement and outreach capacity, segregation and integration, disparities in access to opportunity, disproportionate housing needs and displacement risks, and lastly, an understanding of racially or ethnically concentrated areas of poverty. And so the task before each jurisdiction is to administer programs and activities relating to housing and community development in a manner that affirmatively furthers fair housing and take no action inconsistent with this obligation. Next slide, please. The analysis, the primary analysis of which you have the full report, was conducted by an organization called Root Policy, which has had extensive involvement in AFFH work, not only in the Bay Area specifically for housing elements, but also nationally through the federal programs. They identified in the challenges in our study was that racial and ethnic minority populations are disproportionately impacted by poverty, overcrowding, cost burdens, and homelessness. This doesn't actually come as much of a surprise to anyone. Northeast areas of the city are the most impacted, also well understood, and discrimination complaints are based primarily on disability and to a lesser extent, race. And this is actually based on a very extensive community survey conducted that showed actually people are discriminated against on the basis of disability throughout not just San Mateo, but also the county as a whole, but people don't know how to report it. So it doesn't show up in reports. Next slide, please. So the city's approach to address these issues is kind of in four big buckets, but there are obviously more things in more greater detail that are in actually the Fair Housing Action Plan. We look at new programs to reduce barriers to housing in high opportunity areas. We are looking to promote housing supply, generally speaking, and also provide efforts to address specifically protected classes that have disproportionate housing needs. It includes conserving and improving assets in areas of poverty. That includes areas that already have problems where we did not plan to locate additional affordable housing units so as not to further impact those neighborhoods. And lastly, protecting residents from displacement. Next slide, please. The public participation overall for the housing element was very robust and proactive in the sense that we had a wide variety of activities that went out into the community and really met people where they were. There were 19 public and community meetings and workshops. There were 5 intercept or pop-up events. That is where we went to see people at various activities and interviewed them for our survey. There were 4 separate surveys that were conducted. I don't know if that includes the one that was done specifically for fair housing, but there was a fair housing one that was countywide, but included data for San Mateo alone. Community engagement through the partnerships with 21 Elements, which is the countywide effort. They conducted quite a number of activities. The launch of a housing element update website, 2 mailers, one citywide and one targeted to renters. And essentially, we were trying to meet people where they were, and ideally to find people by address rather than not just owners, but owners and renters. Next slide, please. Specifically, the participation for the AFFH work, we conducted outreach in Spanish and English and provided documentation in Spanish and in some cases Mandarin. Physical mailers were sent to every address citywide. That made sure that we reached every household, regardless of income. There's a virtual countywide meeting on July 21st about housing element update that was specifically done in Spanish in partnership with 21 Elements and PCRC. There were pop-ups at grocery stores in North Central and Shoreview that were conducted in both Spanish and English in October and December of 2021. And various language flyers announcing the draft housing element were distributed in April this month, and also the city participated directly in the extravaganza in which a variety of non-English speaking people participated. And lastly, that I made allusions to the fair housing survey that was conducted by 21 Elements in conjunction with Root Policy, where a lot of that information came to us about what the needs in the community were. Next slide, please. So what did we hear and how was that incorporated? Basically, what we heard was that housing is a central issue for community members, and there's specific interest in expanding the supply of affordable housing, providing housing for service workers, expanding the supply of housing for people with disabilities, producing more missing middle housing, that is housing that's sort of not a single family house, but also not an apartment, somewhere in the middle, and potentially reach people at moderate incomes. There's a big need for outreach, education, and resources to be provided to both tenants and landlords who do not seem to know what the requirements are for fair housing. More interest in streamlining and simplifying development permitting processes, establishing programs to address fair housing and equity, which we include in the policies section, and a lot of discussion about more transit-oriented development and increased density in transit areas. Next slide. I turn it over now to my colleague, Manira.
Thank you, Diana. Good evening, honorable commissioners. I'll take you through the rest of our presentation for tonight. As you can see, a lot of effort and analysis has gone into this draft housing element. There are several other required components that HCD asks that jurisdictions include as part of their analysis in the housing element, and therefore we have sections in the draft as well as appendices that support that analysis for governmental and non-governmental constraints. We describe the existing and potential housing resources that are available to the city. We also go in depth into the climate change context. As you may be aware, the city has a climate action plan that is currently being implemented, as well as energy conservation requirements that can further protect and preserve the housing stock. And then, of course, at the very end of our housing element, we did briefly describe the accomplishments that were achieved with the prior housing element. As you can see, until the 7th year, which concluded in 2021, the prior cycle led to the development of 2,570 odd units. There was an inclusionary requirement that was adopted that now requires that 15% of any housing development be below market rate housing units. And then a number of process improvements and code amendments were also adopted in this past housing element cycle to promote housing development in the city. So with all of that effort, we've identified a number of goals that are included in the draft housing element. We started with the study session that the Planning Commission and the City Council held in February, where we thought the 3 Ps would be a great way to start this effort, which focused on the production of housing, the preservation of housing, as well as the protection of residents. But based on all of the analysis that we conducted, as well as the community outreach, the extensive public participation effort that was done, we also felt that promoting social resilience through public education and community outreach was a valuable goal 4 that we could focus on in order to provide access to services and provide information to especially those communities that are not aware of the resources that are available to them. And then, of course, given the emphasis on affirmatively furthering fair housing, we added goal 5, which is really our fair housing action plan, because we felt it really reinforces the objective that this is an important priority for the city, and it's inseparable from the other 4 goals. So these are our 5 goals, and I will briefly summarize each one for you. And of course, for our discussion item, we will have the actual policies available if you'd like to go deeper into any of them. So our first goal, which is goal H1, is for production of new housing at all income levels with a focus on affordable housing. And for this particular goal, the staff took an approach with staff focused on 2 different approaches. One is the city's direct involvement in housing production, and that can be achieved by either utilizing public funds to build more units, partnering with nonprofits to establish pre-approved ADU plans, or leveraging federal or state funds to establish other affordable units, using the regulatory aspect of the city to develop local ordinances that require developers to create more affordable units that can serve a diverse variety of populations, as well as providing incentives for additional affordable unit development. And these could take the form of the community benefits and density bonus program. And of course, in the previous one, we are also looking at minimum density requirements for mixed-use residential projects. The second approach to further this goal was focused on encouraging and streamlining housing development. So this is focused on adoption of objective design standards so that it reduces some of the discretion and subjectivity, updating the zoning code to create minimum densities for mixed-use housing projects, developing policies to support development of missing middle housing, which was identified through our public participation efforts, and then streamlining the application review and processing timelines for affordable development projects so that they could come to fruition and be developed. Our second goal, goal H2, is focused on preservation of existing housing that is affordable to lower and middle income residents. And with this particular goal, we focused on preventing conversion of existing affordable units from becoming market rate units. We identified specific projects that are going to be phasing out of their affordable limitations in this next cycle. And we discussed in our policies, we've outlined measures that can keep those units affordable, either by using public funds to acquire the units or requiring developers to replace any of those units. And then we also indirectly include policies that would indirectly preserve affordable housing by improving the quality of life of residents to prevent displacement. And this can be achieved by incentivizing upgrades to low-income homes through rehabilitation, accessibility modifications, or energy efficiency changes, and then enabling capital improvements and resiliency projects that protect against the threats posed by climate change. Our third goal, goal H3, is for protection of current residents to prevent displacement. And again, this is focused on preventing gentrification and displacement through protection of lower income residents. The policies identified under this goal address homelessness and increasing shelter capacity that can protect households and insecure individuals and families from having to leave the city. Affirmatively funding and supporting outreach services for at-risk renters and or residents who are facing fair housing challenges, prioritizing special needs tenants in below market rate units, exploring a rental registry to track rents and monitor trends in evictions, as well as undertaking several actions to affirmatively further fair housing. As I mentioned, goal H4 was added after the community engagement efforts that we had embarked on, and this is focused on promotion of community engagement and public outreach. So part of the programs identified herein is to increase access and awareness of housing programs through use of technology, providing education and information on the regulatory requirements as well as protections that are offered locally, regionally, and by the state, so that we can improve access to housing for all income groups and the special needs communities. Supporting a county-wide rental waitlist to centralize occupancy of BMR units, and then finally conducting public outreach in a diversity of methods and forms. And you saw an example of that with our extravaganza effort, and to reach the widest breadth of residents and program beneficiaries, so that we can support the need for that group. And then last but not the least, our goal H5 is to affirmatively furthering fair housing. Again, this is a fair housing action plan, and it cross-references items that are embedded and interwoven throughout the other 4 goals. And the focus here is on action items that are addressing the needs of groups that have disparate housing needs, that are concentrated in census tracts that have high rates of poverty. And this is based on the AFFH analysis, identifying the Hispanic community and single female heads of households as those that bear that disproportionate burden. Another aspect to this goal is how to provide housing for persons with disabilities, as they also face discrimination due to lack of economic opportunity and the failure of landlords to provide reasonable accommodations. So again, actions identified in this goal are intended to target these households and affirmatively further fair housing opportunities for them. A number of efforts that are within some of these goals are already underway, and we just wanted to take a minute to share that the city is actively, or the Community Development Department is actively working on developing multifamily objective design standards. We're also looking at SB 9 regulations and evaluating SB 10 regulations to further promote missing middle housing. I already mentioned exploring a minimum residential density for mixed-use projects, and updating the community benefits and density bonus regulations to further incentivize affordable housing development. And then updated renter protections has always been a key goal of the Commission as well as the City Council. And then we are continuing to streamline and improve our processes to allow a faster processing of these applications so that they can be built sooner as well. So these are all efforts that are in the works, and they are expected to be completed in the earlier phase of this upcoming housing element cycle. So we just wanted to share what they are. In terms of the housing element timeline, so this chart, this graphic represents where we are in the general plan process as well as the housing element process. As Zach mentioned, the housing element is an element of the general plan, but it is on a different cycle. And we are currently at this phase, which is the release of the draft housing element for review. And then, of course, once we receive comments from the Commission, the Council, the public, as well as HCD, we would have multiple public hearings for adoption, and then with a goal of certification by January of 2023. The general plan is a little bit behind that, but as you know, the City Council last week approved the land use alternative, and with that, we are working on the goals, policies, and actions, and will commence the environmental impact report preparation with the goal for completion at the end of 2023. So in terms of the immediate next steps for the housing element, so the 30-day public review period ends on May 6th, followed by the City Council review of the draft housing element, which would be on May 16th. Once we have all of this input, we anticipate updating the draft housing element in the May-June timeframe and submitting it to HCD to commence the first 90-day review. Again, this is an iterative process. This draft is some components of the draft are a living document. I think we've, certainly identified certain things that we might already be looking to update even since the release of the draft. So we welcome all the input and feedback from the Commission as well as the public. But then we do expect, once we receive HCD comments, that there may be a second review cycle. At this point, what we're hearing is that that might also run for 90 days. We hope to avoid that, but that is a possibility. But if the comments from HCD are minor, we hope that we can bring a housing element for adoption in fall to the Planning Commission and the City Council and submit to HCD for certification in January of 2023. So to close out the presentation, just wanted to reiterate our discussion framework for tonight. So once we conclude the presentation, we welcome questions from the Commission, and we have our housing team available to answer any questions that you may have, after which the Commission can receive public comment, oral comments at the meeting tonight. And then, of course, we have broken down the discussion aspect and the deliberation aspect of the Commission's feedback tonight into 4 different components, and we can focus on facilitating that conversation. And then finally, at this point, there is no motion or formal recommendation required. So at this point, we're just taking very good notes about your input on all of these different aspects of the draft housing element, and we would address them once we have received all of the input from the public as well as the council collectively before we submit the draft to HCD. So that concludes staff's presentation, and staff is available for questions.
Great. Thank you so much for the presentation, and I want to thank all the staff and the consultants for all the efforts to put together this update of the housing element. I just want to take a minute to acknowledge the what seems like a massive amount of work and effort, really hard work, to put this together and to do this. I mean, there's a lot of factors that I know everyone is taking into account. Of course, the requirements from HCD, the state, and all of the people of the city of San Mateo. So I just wanted to say thank you for that. At this time, I wanted to see if any of the commissioners have any kind of clarifying questions for the presenters. And I also want to, I appreciate the guidelines for how to break this out into sections. And I think that I would like to do that based on, I think there was a couple slides that showed that, so we can kind of take it apart, take it a piece at a time and provide comments. Each of us can provide comments on those areas. But first, I guess in general, are there any clarifying comments?
Through the chair, I have a couple comments, or a couple questions, I mean. So is that anybody else? I'm happy to go first.
Yeah, go right.
Okay. Can staff repeat?
I was just going to say that we'll have some clarifying questions from us just to make sure it's all clear, and then we'll go to public comment.
Yep, perfect. Right. So I just was wanting staff to repeat what HCD has consulted you on. You had mentioned it briefly in the presentation, but I want to make sure I didn't miss that.
You want me to answer that, Zach?
Yes, that would be great.
So early on in the process, we had a conversation, a sort of informal conversation with HCD, and we brought to them various typologies of ideas of projects. And that included things like, what about gas stations? What about fast food restaurants? What about this? What would we have to do to demonstrate the feasibility of these sites? And based on those things, they gave us input on whether or not to include them. They were very direct and straightforward about not including gas stations or fast food restaurants. And our initial list had gas stations on it. And we took them all off because of the difficulty of actually proving that you can mitigate any sort of toxics on the site, et cetera, et cetera. A lot of different reasons why. Also, national food chains like McDonald's, they said, you might be able to use it in your next, just as an example, you can use it in your next, housing element, but don't include it in this because it takes a long time to deal with national chains. So we also drilled down on things like office developments, and in conjunction with ideas about low FAR, existing low FAR buildings that were like Class B or Class C developments. We did a whole bunch of different scenarios to discuss with them. Yeah, what do we need to include? What do we need to demonstrate? Do we have a track record of this? And so we developed an understanding of what they were looking for, that they were, generally, obviously they're not going to say, yes, you can do that. Yeah, thumbs up. That's a great site. But they're going to say, this is what you need to do. And this is the difficulty of doing it. And what's the level of difficulty of proving that to us? And so that's what the discussion was. And so I think Zach mentioned that staff went through a site-by-site review at least 4 times. I think it was more like 5 times at various points in which we eliminated a lot of sites that we had originally included because of things we had heard. For example, some jurisdictions and some commenters say, the Safeway parking lot is huge. Why, the Safeway has done these developments where they have parking underneath and housing in front and so forth. And the guidance from HCD was, unless you have a track record of doing this, or you have other means of demonstrating that this can work, don't include it. So our process, like Zach said, is extremely iterative. And so that's what we did when we got this basic understanding from HCD, what we would have to do to prove the viability of a site.
Yeah. Thank you. For the sake of time, I want to jump into the next. I know we're probably going to have a lot to discuss tonight. So thank you very much. And then the other question related to this is gets down to really specifics. Has HCD commented on your capacity calculation methodology? So the capacity calculation methodology, has HCD commented on that?
Not specific. Well, I explained the situation because I don't reveal who the clients are because I don't want to, prejudice their response. But yes, HCD said our capacity calculation was appropriate to include 100% for larger sites based on, and we provided documentation to them. They said, don't go over 100%. You could definitely justify 100%.
What do you mean by 100%?
100% of zone density. So if a site is zoned it's a 1 acre site and it's zoned for 50 units to the acre, you can call the realistic capacity 50 units to the acre, even though the experience in San Mateo over the last several years has been, I don't know the number percentage-wise off the top of my head, was well over 100%. The state specifically said, don't go over 100%, but 100% you can justify.
Mm-hmm. And so does this include, is this for land use controls and site improvements? So net acreage, like due on a site based on, our zoning codes and other site factors, or is this?
No, the analysis is a mathematical one. Mm-hmm. It's X number of acres times your zoning equals a number of units, and that is the question.
Okay, that's helpful. Does this include the likelihood of a site being developed?
We did include a likelihood of site being developed. We went through each site and ranked them from 1 to 5. I think we included information in there that we determined based on either it's a 5 because there's a development project in the works, or it's something it's vacant, it's a vacant use right now, and then we did categories of 1 through 5, and 1s and 2s. There are no 1s and 2s on the inventory at all. But mm-hmm. Yeah, there was ranking based on what we heard from HCD in terms of how to vet those, sort of a more nuanced understanding of vetting those sites.
Mm-hmm. And what did HCD say about the ranking?
The ranking, they generally made a statement about the ranking. They said, discuss the ranking, and that's what they wanted to see was a ranking and our rationale for it, which is what we provided.
Say that again.
They want to see the ranking. They didn't comment on the specific way that we ranked, but that a ranking was appropriate and to explain how we did the ranking. Every jurisdiction does it differently, so they're not going to say thumbs up to San Mateo without actually seeing it, right? So we have explained to them how we would rank.
You explained how you would rank,
Yeah.
and then they said what? Sorry.
They said basically, if you explain that in your methodology, that's all they said. They're not going to give us a thumbs up or thumbs down about anything specific other than don't include something because it'll never fly.
Okay.
Until you're
Thank you.
submitting and viewed, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
This is like a pre-application meeting.
Right,
with,
exactly.
you know.
Thank you so much. I apologize if it sounds like I'm drilling you, but this is really helpful for understanding. And then, I had one more question. Sorry. So this goes to the, I can't remember what you called it. It's like the realistic goal versus the RENA goal.
Quantified objectives.
The quantified objectives. So in developing that quantified objective, are you saying that there is nothing that we can do to meet our RENA allocation? That there is, like, whatever we do, we're going to end up with that 5,000 instead of 7,000?
Well, not necessarily. I think that what we have to do is based on what we know now about how much money the city has to use to support affordable housing, for example, and other, what we know is on the horizon, et cetera. The analysis is actually much more involved in terms of kind of figuring out the money that's available to the city. And it takes into account the money that's available to the city and its history of subsidizing new units, especially for all affordable units, but also development patterns generally. What can we expect? But I think it was really clear, I hope, that from Zach's presentation about the cost is we don't have money. There isn't the money to produce those units. And if there were, developers would be knocking down the door of every city to provide those units. I think that's the real constraint here is money. And because it's so expensive to develop a unit in the Bay Area, I think 700,000 as an average is actually compared, in some places it's up more than $1 million in the Bay Area for a development of a single unit. So getting an affordable unit who can't support $700,000 by renting, you can see that the subsidies would be enormous, and it's just not money that any given city has. There's not a single city that I know of, unless they have 2 units in their RENA allocation, that could actually have a quantified objective to cover their RENA.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Adjournment, do you have any questions at this time?
Just one, and do you want to be referred to Miss Elrod as Diana or Miss Elrod?
Diana is great, and just don't call me late for dinner. I don't care.
Thank you.
But you can call me whatever you want.
Thank you, Diana. I'll wait to address, obviously, the list in more detail when it comes back. Curious, high level, is there still an avenue to have a streamlined review of the housing element, or has that been discontinued?
It's been discontinued because there are so many new requirements of the housing element that everybody basically is having to completely overhaul their housing element, and there's nothing in there that we can say it's the same as it was before.
Okay, good to hear. And there are quite a few smaller sites on this list, less than a half an acre, which have been deemed feasible for low-cost housing. And that seems to be in conflict with state guidelines. Can you tell me what the thought process is there?
I don't know what you're speaking to. I think that that's something that we would have to research more clearly. It could be that there was a proposal on the site or something. I don't know. Would have to look into that.
Okay.
Because generally speaking, you're right. Anything under a half an acre, we can assume is either we have split it between above mod and moderate income, which the state specifically said was okay to include.
Okay.
Very low and low, no.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'll wait to get back to the list at the appropriate time.
Commissioner Patel, do you have any questions?
Yes. I have many questions, but I will wait as we get to the individual sections to go through them. But I've got some high-level general questions now, piggybacking a lot on what Commissioner Nugent asked. So first question, Appendix C, page HC13, for anyone following along at home, says that the draft site list was posted to the city website in December 2021 for public comment. Staff received many comments and updated the inventory as appropriate. The draft sites list in December had 213 sites, and the current sites list has 211 sites. So I was curious if you know off the top of your head what changes were made between the list posted in December and the list now. Was it just those two sites that were eliminated, or were there some swaps that happened as well?
I can't speak to that.
Okay, great. I'm asking because I spent quite a bit of time in the list from December, and I'm trying to figure out how accurate my comments may be, because I did not have the time to spend quite so much time in the current list. But okay.
We can let us dig around and see if we can maybe get you an answer a little bit later in the meeting.
Perfect. Next question. Okay, some of these are super technical. What is the criteria to be listed as a consolidated site? Must all of the individual sites have the same owner?
The answer is no. If the city has experience with a developer picking up 3 or 4 sites and putting them together to be a consolidated site, they do not have to be under the same ownership. It's great if they are. And generally speaking, when we did the inventory, I think we looked at sites that either had the same owner or there were only a handful of owners, not 16 owners, because that would slow down the process of consolidating.
Okay, great. Thank you. So 21 sites in the inventory are zoned executive office and 2 are zoned executive park. I looked at the zoning regulations for those 2 categories, and they don't permit residential use unless there is a residential overlay district classification. Other sites in the site inventory do have the residential overlay district classification. So I was curious, do those sites that don't need to be rezoned, because the draft housing element states that no rezonings are necessary?
I defer to either Linda or Nikki on those, because I feel like they're the ones that are more familiar, unless you are, Zach. I don't have that level of familiarity.
Yeah, I think that's one. Give us a chance to look at that, and that's also could definitely be a comment where we go back and confirm that we put them on there. I believe we had verified that, but we'll have to go back and double check specifically.
Okay, thank you so much. I apologize, I did not send those 2 questions to you ahead of time. I got to some of this homework very late. And then taking a step back to a broader question. Diana, did you have a chance to read the public comment from the Campaign for Fair Housing Elements?
If you tell me what they talked about, maybe, but I have 4
Sure.
cities that I'm doing housing elements for, so I don't have all this committed to memory.
So sorry. Yes, it was, I believe, a 10 or 11 page letter, and it went into quite some detail about mathematical calculations and potential errors.
Yeah.
And I was curious if you had had a chance to read that.
We've talked about it sort of generally speaking. That's one of those things that, we're going to take that into advisement and kind of do a little bit more deeper digging and decide whether or not it's something that we, what we need to do in response to that.
Perfect. Thank you. That's super helpful because I was trying to understand if you had read them, but you disagreed with the math, or if you had read them and just hadn't had a chance to investigate yet.
It's more that we have this idea of bringing everything into a giant basket of comments. Perfect. And then kind of doling them out. Okay, what are we going to do with this and this and this?
Okay, that is super helpful. Thank you. And I went and recreated a lot of that math, and so we can talk about that later, and perhaps that will help. And then last question. So I'm sure you know all of this. I'm just going to read it for the folks watching at home. Page 27 of the HCD guidebook states that if a housing element relies on non-vacant sites to accommodate 50% or more of its RHNA for lower income households, the non-vacant site existing use is presumed to impede additional residential development unless the housing element describes findings, quote, this whole thing is a quote, based on substantial evidence that the use will likely be discontinued during the planning period. HCD goes on to define substantial evidence as facts, reasonable assumptions, and expert opinions supported by facts that the use is more likely than not to be discontinued. And facts include the building is dilapidated and the structure is likely to be removed. A demolition permit has been issued for existing uses. Known information on lease agreement expirations, increasing vacancies in an old mall or market conditions specific to a site, the presence of development agreements to develop the site within the planning period, or the property owner provides a letter stating its intention to develop the property with residential during the planning period.
Right.
So the draft housing element specifically states that the city decided not to include economic feasibility of specific sites, nor take into consideration the owner's intended use of the land now or in the future. Yes. So I'm curious, in your conversations with HCD, did they say that it was okay for San Mateo or your client to not provide that type of substantial evidence that the use would be discontinued? And I'm asking because I've read the recent rejection letters from Redondo Beach and Beverly Hills and Fullerton, where those cities were dinged for exactly that.
Well, first, let me say that San Mateo is not Redondo Beach or Fullerton or any, San Mateo has a proven track record of actually developing affordable housing and housing in general. So I want to put that out there. In terms of the amount of information needed to justify the inclusion of the site, yes, there were things that were included. There are things that are included either because there had been conversations in prior years about a particular site where somebody was actually very interested in developing the site. It may not be, yesterday, but it definitely we've had those kinds of discussions with various sites. And we recognize that we do have to kind of demonstrate that, and that's something we're still working on to develop that discussion. But and as I think it's clear, this is an iterative process, and we have to keep asking ourselves questions that we want to sort of further refine that. And I appreciate your comment, and that's something that it just reminds me that we need to do more in that regard. But definitely HCD did not say we had to do X, Y, and Z. We could do X, Y, and Z, or we could do A, B, and C, whatever those things were. And I appreciate your comments, and we'll definitely take that into consideration. Zach, okay. I don't know if you had anything more that you wanted to say about that.
Yeah, I think that covers the point well. And really, this is a draft document still, and all of the input we're hearing tonight will help us build upon and strengthen the housing element that we have. And so all of this input helps focus the areas that we need to strengthen or make sure that we have good evidence before it goes to HCD for that first review.
Okay, perfect.
And then Oh, sorry for interrupting. I did want to note, we did look at it. Executive Office Park does allow residential uses as a special use if it's a non-residential overlay zone. We're still looking at the changes in the site's inventory between December and now. There were a number of sites taken off and then there were some added. So the net was a reduction of 2, but there were more that were taken off and then a few more that were added based on changes in circumstances or resident property owner interest.
Perfect. And like you said, we're at the beginning of a process, and I'm sure I can figure out how to diff my 2 spreadsheets and find the ones that are different. Great. And yeah, thank you so much. Those are all of my questions.
Okay, great. Thank you. I had a couple of questions, although actually one of them I think was kind of already addressed. I had questions about the quantified objectives per HCD, those guidelines, but I think we've kind of covered that. I think there was a slide that had a lot of information. I'm not sure that I really need any answers right now. I think we can get into it later. The other thing that I did kind of want to know, I guess, was there were several points where talked about conserving and preserving assets or improving assets in existing areas of poverty, for instance. And I guess I want to know, I'm not sure that I saw it in the documentation, or if I did, I didn't note it, but it wasn't in the presentation. What does that really mean? And what does that look like? I mean, I don't know.
That was root policy speak for preserving, residences of lower income households. And whether that means apartment buildings or whatever, that's an AFFH concern,
Well, it was also not just under that. It was also, I think, it was noted in a couple of places. And I guess my specific question is, to conserve or preserve. I mean, what does that look like exactly? Does that mean, replacing foundations, replacing roofs? Is there specific, kind of construction and architectural tasks that take place?
It can be a combination of things like fixing developments so they don't fall apart, but it also can mean buying up affordability restrictions so that somebody who's in a deed restricted unit, their unit is about ready to be turned to market rate. That's preservation, really. Preservation is the idea that somebody who has a low income unit or a unit that's affordable to them, that unit doesn't go suddenly to market rate. And so that's where the preservation comes into play.
Yeah, okay, great. That's very helpful.
We include an analysis in there. Yeah, we include an analysis of the cost to either preserve the unit by rebuilding it, by paying a subsidy, by renovating it, et cetera, et cetera. We have to include that. So there's information in there about that. Yeah.
Okay. Great. Thank you. My mind was going to, construction related things, but I didn't dive into that in the detail that I wanted to. So that was helpful information. Thank you. Okay, if there aren't any other questions, I think we can move on to the public comment period. So, Mary, do we have any public speakers at this time lined up, and how many are there?
Chair Williams, I'll just give people a few minutes or just a minute to raise their hands.
Great.
Chair Williams, I see 4 hands raised.
Okay, great. I think there probably will be more as we go along, but so at this time we can take the first speaker. And what is our normal maximum? Is it?
It's 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Yeah.
I think if we're at about 4 speakers, 3 minutes fits in, no problem. Thank you.
So our first speaker is Rayan Motashimi. Rayan, you can go ahead and unmute yourself and speak.
Good evening, San Mateo City Planning Commission, Honorable Vice Chair Williams. Thank you very much for the opportunity to provide comment on the housing element. It is clear that staff has done significant work in preparing this element. I do have concerns given the shifting landscape of both state legislation, but also just shifting tone of the State Department of Housing and Community Development, which is going to be the approver essentially of this housing element, or the entity that will certify whether San Mateo's housing element is compliant with state law. And I have concerns because I think the city might be slow to understanding the shifting landscape in one direction and one direction only, where the state is getting more and more serious about understanding about building more housing and understanding that cities should be looking at the realistic probability of development for sites and not making blanket assessments of, for example, 100% or 50% probability of development on sites based on their class as large or small. So that is a concern for me specifically here. I'm worried that just because we have a track record of the relative attractiveness of the density bonus causing sites in certain areas of the city to be developed at over 100%, that we are being overly non-conservative in our assumption of 100% probability for certain large sites. That is one concern I have. Other concerns such as consolidated sites being allowed to be sites that are not owned by the same owner. That's another concern I have. And I would hope that, as has been acknowledged, that this is an iterative process, that the consultant and city continue working with HCD in receiving written approval or disapproval and, I guess, quote unquote, pre-application meetings as to whether their methodologies will be considered acceptable. I think that could help provide further direction. So that is just a concern. I just want to say that it's moving in one direction at the state level, which is to be more stringent in requirements for these housing elements. I think realistic probability of development, that's not discrete buckets of 1 through 5 or is not 100% or 50% should be considered. And I would certainly encourage the staff to, pursue that direction and essentially work on getting more realistic probability of development. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Okay, can we have the next speaker, please?
Our next speaker is Ken Abreu. Ken, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, Ken, go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I'll be speaking from a letter that was sent today by the Sustainable Land Use Committee of the local chapter of the Sierra Club. Hopefully you guys have all got it, or the staff and folks will look at it in more detail. But I think the key points we want to make there is that while this housing element is a good start, it really needs to be much more focused and much stronger in terms of policies and programs if we're realistically going to meet the goal of 7,000 housing units in those 8 years, particularly for affordable units. The difficulty of that is pretty clear when you figure that to make that 7,000, you have to essentially put in almost 900 units every year for 8 years, which is the equivalent of Concord Passage. And that, if you observed it, was a difficult, long process. And to imagine doing one of those every year is going to be very, very tough. So I think the housing element needs to be very bold in trying to make sure that we've got the units identified and that we've done the things that can make them be able to actually really get built. You have some areas in there which do that, but I just think you need to focus on it more. One thing is, in terms of the inventory, we noticed that the affordable inventory doesn't have as much of a buffer as the market rate. And it's in fact the affordable ones that we really need the most. And it's the ones that are most difficult to develop. I think that the staff's pointed out rightly that the big issue is affordability and money. And there's several programs and activities that you've pointed out there to try to help in that area. And those items need to be strengthened. And I think you need to get even with other cities to see how to strengthen funding for affordable housing, or it's not going to happen. And we're going to miss our mark. Similarly, we have some good ideas in there on how to lower the costs of development and to streamline the process. Because again, time is money for developers. And those things need to be looked at more aggressively. If we're going to meet this goal of 7,000, which is more than twice what our prior goal was, which we haven't met, and we're going to have to really step outside of conventional past practices and do some things that are more aggressive. So I'd ask that you all consider, as you take this good start of a housing element, that you look at these more aggressive ideas so that you realistically have a chance of actually meeting the goal of 7,000 and of really getting the affordable units in. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your comments. Can we have the next speaker, please?
Yes, the next speaker is Martin Wiggins. Martin, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, Martin. Go right ahead.
Hi, good evening, commissioners. Thank you for the chance to comment. Thanks to staff for all the hard work. I feel like I should keep it brief because I pretty much totally agree with the first two commenters. There's a lot of excellent points made. I was kind of going to agree that if you just look at our past history of delivering housing, it's just the amount of units we deliver per cycle is nowhere close to 7,000. And so I've been, number one, reading the policies, trying to imagine what are we really going to do to make these drastic changes. I don't think people just show up and they hear that the RENA goal is higher. They don't just show up and start rolling up their sleeves and helping us hit the goal. So I feel like I've not seen enough in the policies, and particularly under affordable housing funding. Another way to look at it is out of those 7,000 units, 40% need to be, I think, affordable or very low or low. The inclusionary ordinance would give you 15% of each building, being that level of affordability. So you've got this gap of 25% that would need, I guess, to be delivered as like 100% affordable housing. And so that comes with kind of a big funding gap. 25% of that 7,000 is about 1,750 units. And so I think Mr. Dahl made this point as well. The amount of funding that's needed to do that is pretty massive. So I don't know, should staff be considering in policies pursuing bonds or other measures to create the level of funding we need? And so those are really my two comments, I think, bolstering that and being realistic that I think we need to see a lot more than 10,000 sort of potential sites, suggesting that almost 70% of these sites will be developed to get to 7,000. I just don't see it in the policies as a pathway to get there. So thanks very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much. Okay, can we have the next speaker, please?
Yes, our next speaker is Moises Villeta. You can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, Moises. Go right ahead.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Moises Villeta, Field Representative with Carpenters Union Local 217, representing thousands of construction workers living in San Mateo and in the region. Updates of the housing elements must take stock of governmental and non-governmental constraints to getting more housing built. The draft housing element noted on its constraints section the severe tightening in the construction labor market, noting that the lack of local construction labor force leads to project delays as workers are either unavailable or lost to more profitable projects. If anything, the draft housing element undersells the severity of the labor shortage in the residential construction. Neither the county nor the city of San Mateo have enough skilled, highly productive housing construction workers to build the 47,000 units that all of the cities in San Mateo County are supposed to produce over an 8-year time period. The city is supposed to build over 7,000 of those units. Fewer than 500 fewer than 500 City of San Mateo residents are employed building housing. 500 construction workers can build 7,000 units of housing in 8 years. The future prospects of addressing these major constraints are not bright. Too few building trades apprentices live in San Mateo. Only 8% of San Mateo County residing construction employees are registered apprentices. That figure needs to double. Why are we so few residential construction workers in San Mateo? Because residential construction workers and their families do not earn enough to live in the Bay Area. 2/3 of San Mateo County construction workers are housing cost burden. Many qualify to live in subsidized housing. Statewide, 2/3 of construction workers rely on Medi-Cal for health insurance or lack health insurance entirely. Residential construction workers earn 1/3 less than non-residential construction workers. Residential developers and their contractors routinely import out of area and out of state workforce to cover up their failure to build up a local construction workforce. This unsustainable solution burdens local infrastructure, taxes our health system, and undercuts our local workforce. Public policy should be incorporated into the housing element and any other relevant plans that encourages the development and support of local construction workforce. Prevailing wages, support for viable apprenticeship programs, healthcare for construction workers, and a workable local hire are all critical elements to ensuring that San Mateo has and will have in the future the workforce necessary to build housing this community desperately needs. We look forward to working with you on this. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments.
Our next speaker is, is Evan Adams. Evan, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hi, Evan, go right ahead.
Hi, thanks so much tonight. And it's great to not need to repeat what everyone else has said because I agree with pretty much everything that has been said. Specifically, my comments have to do with your inventory. And I have concerns that you would receive guidance from HCD that fast food restaurants should not be on the inventory, large national chains. I would argue that certainly Target would be a large national chain. So unless Target has told you they intend to leave that site and intend to build housing there, I question that. Further, if you look at something like the ice skating rink, that has been a extensive conversation in San Mateo and the region for a long time. Is that actually in the cards? Is a under construction restaurant at Bridgepoint in the cards? Is another under construction large chain restaurant at Bridgepoint actually in the cards? Is a plumbing supply warehouse, speaking to the prior comment about the trades, actually in the cards to be rebuilt? What about a small videotape store? Is that affirmatively actually going to happen? Is there actually proof that that is going to happen? And have all these people reached out to you, or have you reached out to them with proof? And if any proof has been provided by any of those people to anyone associated with San Mateo, whether it be staff, whether it be planning commissioners, whether it be elected, all of that information should be part of your public comment, should be part of your analysis, and should be looked at carefully. That's the end of my comments, and I just thank you all for your diligent work here. Good night.
Thank you.
Chair Williams, I think that was our last speaker.
Okay. Through the chair, somebody had gotten a hold of me and said that they are trying to comment, but they're not sure how to do it by calling in. Could we give that information out, please?
Sure. Should I read off the phone-in participation? So phone-in participation can be done by calling area code 408-638-0968. And there's a conference ID number that you have to punch in. So here, the meeting ID number or the conference ID number is 829-9070-5376. And then there's, I mean, maybe they're already on listening and they're not raising their hand. But I'll tell you the passcode. Their last set of numbers is the passcode, which is 468848. Okay, and then they press *9 to raise their hand. So that's helpful. Okay.
Hopefully through, Margaret. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I actually kind of wanted some clarification on the last, and I guess, I don't know if this is appropriate or not, but the last comments that were made, I thought that some of the things that were listed were not included in the site inventory, such as fast food restaurants. They were discouraging. I mean, that HCD was discouraging you from using national chains in the inventory.
I believe we do not have any fast food restaurants. There were 2 sites identified in a comment letter that had recently approved constructed restaurants on smaller sites over at Bridgepoint, and we will re-review those sites and confirm if they're still appropriate to stay on the inventory or not. But I believe those were the 2 that he was talking about, but otherwise I don't believe we have any other fast food restaurants on the inventory.
Through the chair, the person who wanted to call in has decided to not call in.
Okay. All right. Well, just wanted to make sure if there was anyone else that wanted to speak at this time. Now's the time. But sounds like that's all our public speakers that we have.
Chair Williams.
So at this time,
I'm sorry,
yeah.
Chair Williams, a hand just got raised. Jordan Grimes. Jordan, you can go ahead and unmute yourself.
Thank you, staff. Sorry about that. I just wanted to make a very quick comment here and echo the thoughts of several other folks. It's disappointing, frankly, to see this element brought together, because I don't think it furthers housing and the housing growth that we need in any realistic way, shape, or form, especially looking at the sites inventory. You've got sites on there, quite literally IBEW's headquarters at on Leslie Street is on there. There's literally a public comment letter from them saying we have no intention to ever redevelop this site into housing. So it's very frustrating, especially given the standard that HCD has laid out of realistic capacity that needs to be accounted for. It's disappointing to see those sites on the inventory that clearly aren't going to be redeveloped. It's disappointing to see the lack of effective policy in the policy section to accomplish the goals that we're looking at. It's disappointing to look at the constraints section and see 2 paragraphs in a 45-page report on Measure Y, which I think we all know is the biggest impediment to and constraint on development in the city. Look, I don't want to be too harsh on staff here. I understand that there's a job to do and a balance to strike. But looking at letters sent by HCD to other similarly sized cities, to cities that have submitted similar kinds of housing elements, Redondo Beach, Davis, for example, other Beverly Hills, other Southern California cities, I think the language that we've seen in those letters rejecting those housing elements, I think is going to look very similar to the language that we're going to see in the letter that we eventually get from HCD. I'd like for that not to happen. I'd like for us to have a compliant housing element that really does further housing in the city and housing growth in the city. But I think to do that, we cannot say we're not going to rezone. We cannot say we're going to submit a housing element that does not envision any rezoning in the city. That's just not realistic. It doesn't meet the spirit of what's intended to be happening here. And it's sad and it's frustrating as a local resident and as someone who cares deeply about this issue. So that said, I really do hope that we take a closer look at some of the things that were mentioned. I'm sure we will at some point because HCD will go through this, but I hope that we can do that beforehand and really end up submitting something that really takes a look at policy and promotes and furthers policy that will get us where we need to go. So thank you so much for your time. Really appreciate it, as always.
All right. Thank you very much for your comments. All right. So at this time, if there are not any other comments, we can bring it back to the Planning Commission for our questions and discussion. And now, there was a slide early on that kind of suggested a breakout of the areas of discussion. All right, thank you.
Chair, I have one more general question that I forgot to ask, and I was wondering if I could ask a general question before we get started.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
So the general question I had is, I was looking at the section that, I forget the exact name, but it's the evaluation of the previous housing element. Is there anywhere in any of these appendices or even the primary draft housing element, I'm sure it's in there and I just can't find it right now, that notes our progress towards our cycle 5 goals across all of the income levels? Because I think in the evaluation of the previous element, it has numbers, but it's just for the below market rate. And I'm wondering if we have, I've seen the progress tables before, and I'm wondering if there's an updated version of it somewhere.
I defer to staff on that one.
At the very end of the housing element under quantified objectives for the prior accomplishment summary. The quantified objectives for 2015 to 2023 outlines our progress, and it does break it down by income category including total.
Okay. Great. So if I'm reading this correctly, well, it says ELI, VLI, LI, and mod. Is mod the market rate? Is that the same thing?
The mod is moderate. So above mod would be market rate.
Yeah.
I believe we just have a total at that very bottom, that grand total of 2,573. And then you also have the private sector market rate right above it at 1,776. That might be the number you're looking for.
Okay, so those sum together are what we are currently projected to build through the previous cycle?
Yes.
What we've already built.
What we've already built.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
yeah,
great.
I believe in our recent APR that went to council back in March that covered progress through the end of 21, we were at about 70% of our total housing target.
So there is in this section that discusses, sorry, this is getting now really technical. In the section that discusses progress, it says we're exceeding our market rate goals by 44%. But if I look at these tables, it says that we have built 1,776 market rate units, but it looks like our objective was 2,475.
Commissioner Patel, we can certainly look at these numbers again, like if there are any discrepancies, but we can go back and compare that with our, I think we can, perhaps these are comments that we can get in the other, like when we get to that portion, the other housing element sections, because at this point, like it's hard to go back and pick apart each number, but it would be helpful if you see any discrepancies, if you can give us that feedback, we can go back and look at it and address it in the next iteration of the draft. Okay,
great. Thank you. I was just looking for the table and then it turned into more specific discussion.
That always happens.
Through the chair. I'm sorry, Seema, were you done?
Yes, I am done. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair,
right.
Somewhere in the staff report, there is a page that has a chart on it that shows the pipeline of projects that are in the pipeline. Can you locate that for me, and can we look at that, please?
And through the chair, those numbers have actually been updated since our AR was prepared. So the most current numbers are actually in the presentation that we just shared. So I'm happy to go back to that slide if you would like to look at those numbers again.
You're saying
that'd be great.
What was issued Thursday has been changed?
That is correct. We have been looking at those numbers closely as we were preparing the presentation, and we updated those numbers. So I can go back to that and share. Here they are.
Yeah, actually, that's helpful.
Okay, so this has changed a lot. Because prior you had, or what was on the list was 2775 South Delaware, 21 Ladotus, 1650 South Delaware. Are we talking, and this was listed as pipelines, 1, 2, 3 Waters Park, and then a couple of projects on East 4th and 3rd. So those are not considered pipeline projects any longer?
Yes, we have updated. There's a number of projects. Any project that receives final occupancy prior to June 31st of this year, or June 30th of this year, would count toward this current RENA cycle. Anything that receives a final after that date would then be credited toward our upcoming cycle. So we did realize, based on where those projects were, they were anticipated. A lot of these, it's unclear until we get close to exactly when they will receive their final. But at this point, we are projecting they will come online for this housing cycle, not the upcoming housing cycle.
That's fine. It's nice to see the list was updated. So for Waters Park, I don't remember the total units out there, a couple hundred, I think, something like that. When are you, what cycle are they going to be credited for? Because I think the project is roughly 50% complete now. So will some go in 5 and some will go in 6?
Yes, possibly, Commissioner Ebnetter. Through the chair, that is certainly possible. As Zach mentioned, it really depends, like, on the June 31st date, like whether 30th date, if something falls before it or after it. So at this point, they are close, but they aren't fully complete. So it would depend on how many units get occupancy before June 30th.
Okay, all right. And since you have under review
about actual occupancy, you're talking about final, like, occupancy from the building department, but not actually people. Yeah,
that is correct. Yeah, it's final occupancy from the building department.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Oh, just a high level question. The projects that are shown to be that are already approved have a affordability rate of 7 or 8% as an aggregate, yet the vast majority of the sites that we are showing on this inventory are being designated anywhere from 30 to 50% affordable. How can we make that jump from what we've experienced to date to what we are projecting going forward?
As we noted in our presentation, the allocations, and so this is for projects that are not entitled. For a site that's entitled, we go off of the actual entitled numbers. But for other sites, we do the breakdown based on the allocation, the RENA allocation with the 4 categories. That is an approach that HCD has supported in the past. And really, it's an exercise to demonstrate capacity. As we've noted, the primary impediment to affordable housing production is the availability of financial resources.
Through the chair, Commissioner Ebnetter, try Googling Mullen densities, and that might give you some more information about that distribution.
Oh, I can understand that, but does this fall also into the category where Project X has been slated to provide 15 low-cost units, but it only provides 6. So is there a net no loss category when it comes to different categories that we're showing would occur on a project?
For that one, Diana, are you able to elaborate on that? I know we have a no net loss for total units.
I'm not sure I
know
understand. Yeah.
Okay, so what I've read in the documents numerous times is that the housing components are broken up by their different levels, as this shows. So if you build a unit that has 100 units in it, and you do not get, and that property is shown as being able to provide 25% very low, 15% low, and 70% moderate. If you don't provide that in that building, does that need to be made up elsewhere?
Yes, that's why we have a buffer. And the buffer is intended to address, so there is always an ongoing buffer for those units that might have been lost.
Okay, how has that buffer worked in the past?
That I can't speak to.
Okay, thank you.
I think at this time we should probably move to, go through our comments on a one-by-one basis. On each of us. So, who would like to get started, I guess, with the discussion of the site's inventory? Or are there further questions that I guess I just want to be sure, are there ongoing questions or are we ready to provide comments?
I'm done with questions right now.
I guess mine are more of a hybrid of both questions and comments.
As will mine be.
Okay, and what did you say, Commissioner Nugent? I didn't hear what you said.
Oh, I'm just volunteering to go first, but it's up to you.
Okay. Well, I think that I guess if there's a couple of more questions, I don't want to halt that opportunity to get information from the group. So, Commissioner Ebnetter, do you have further questions for the presenters, staff, or?
No, my conversation will be, mostly comments, but there'll be, a question interspersed. So I'm ready to just look at the different individual sites.
Okay, and Commissioner Patel, did you have other questions that you want to ask now, just to kind of get clarified, or do you want to do that as part of your comment?
I have comments on and questions on a whole bunch of things concerning the site's inventory, the methodology, the realistic densities, and the specific sites themselves. So I have my questions and comments broken out by those categories. Yeah, so I'm happy to get started with questions / comments. And a lot of what, yeah.
I was going to say, let's start with your questions, and then we can get information, we can gather the information, and then, hopefully it's not too, I think the kind of smoothest way is to then have comments that are, so we're not having a lot of back and forth continually.
Perfect.
But.
So I'll start with realistic capacity. And again, I'm reading a lot from the letter from the Campaign for Fair Housing Elements. So there's page H6 of the draft. There's an ADU estimate that is 480 ADUs. HCD provides 2 safe harbor formulas that the city can use to calculate ADU estimates. We do not appear to have used either of those safe harbor formulas. The safe harbor formula would produce an estimate of 344 units, but we are claiming 480. I believe that in order to do that, in order to exceed the safe harbor estimates, we have to provide additional evidence supporting the increase. And so I did not see that in the draft housing element. And so I'm wondering why we are exceeding the safe harbor estimates.
I can start with that response, and we do plan on adding additional data. That permit number is based on the 3-year average of 2019, 2020, and 2021. We are also planning on using projections of our 2022 numbers, which do align with those numbers and do average out to that 60 number. We do feel that 2018 does represent a low threshold given our current ADU ordinance and the past 3 years of production. And so we have looked at that and we have discussed that with 21 Elements, which is the regional collaborative that has been exploring ADUs specifically in supporting jurisdictions, and using a 4-year average and including 2022 estimates based on maybe 3 to 6 months of projection. And by the end of the housing element, we will have full 2022 permit numbers to support that. But we do feel comfortable that that 4-year average of permits issued will align with that estimate of 60 per year moving forward.
Okay, great. So it sounds like we plan on citing actual 2022 numbers, so we can justify some additional evidence to exceed the safe harbor estimate.
Yes, that is correct. We do plan on including permit numbers through April in the housing element that ultimately goes to HCD, building on those to estimate for the full year, and then ultimately having full year numbers when we get toward the end of 22.
Perfect. Okay, so next question, page H28, the citing of average residential project densities in order to make that claim of 50% density for small sites and 100% density for large sites. So I think what the city has done, I took all the numbers in the chart provided of the projects on page, I believe it is H28, and put them in a table. And so my concern with what has happened here is that the city has averaged the units per acre, and mathematically an average of averages is not the same as looking at the individual elements and averaging the individual elements. And so if I sum the acres of the projects and I sum the units of the projects, there is a much lower units per acre calculation of those residential densities. And I think that is what the Campaign for Fair Housing Elements letter is referring to. So when you do that, you get a much lower number. I think they say 40 in their number. But our list includes Kiku Crossing, which is quite a large outlier. And as they note, I don't know that we can assume 1 in 14 projects is going to be located within, half mile of transit and exceed our density by 223% or whatever that number was. So I'm concerned about using outliers in that calculation. And I also think it's odd that we are justifying residential densities for a future cycle by including proposed projects that have not happened yet. So Concar Passage, Essex, Peninsula Heights, 1919 O'Farrell are included in that calculation, but those are proposed. It seems like we don't even, Concar Passage was approved 2 years ago and no work has happened yet. There's no guarantee any of those projects will actually happen. So I don't feel it's mathematically defensible to include proposed projects when we're trying to justify actual densities to inform estimates of future densities. So I'm curious what drove the inclusion of proposed projects in that calculation.
Diana, do you have any background on that information to speak to that particular point? My understanding is that an approved project is a defensible example to use because it's a real life example of a project that has invested in development of plans and gone through the process. And we do anticipate that it will be developed in the coming years. The delay is based on working through remaining leases on the site. But we have a high degree of confidence that that project is planning on moving forward. We haven't seen anything to say that they aren't planning on moving forward with that entitled project.
Exactly. Yeah, you're right, Zach.
So, okay. So we don't have a history in San Mateo of projects making it through entitlements but not happening. Like I looked up the last known updates for some of these projects. You know, Essex at Central Park was last updated in 2018. That was 4 years ago. Is that common for projects to still happen that have gone silent for so long?
You know, we'd have to research that, but I appreciate the comment, and I would, you know, take it back to staff so we can research it. I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay, great.
And
Sorry, can I jump? Oh,
go ahead.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I just had a question about this specific project, the Kiku Crossing, while we're still talking about it. Just as I'm looking at the page in the draft, it looks like Kiku Crossing has been given 1.2 acres. It's been shown to have the project as being 1.2 acres, but I recall that the actual acreage of the parking garage in an adjacent lot was used as a way to increase the overall acreage of that site to push the number of units higher. And I think that the 1.2 acres, just from my memory, is the size of the residential site, but not the parking garage site, which was used in the calculation of what was allowed for residential density in a kind of a bit of a math undertaking. I would request that I don't know if you can clarify that tonight, but that's just a question I would like to know, because that is such an outlier. It looks like that may have been actually partially because of the inclusion of the parking garage site in calculating the allowable density for that project, in addition to the density bonuses that were allowed. I just don't, I would like to know that. You probably may not be able to answer that, but that seems one reason for the outlier effect of that strange project.
Through the chair, Adam, you are right. I believe there was also either 1 or 2 floors that could have been added to that project above and beyond where it ended up, and the client decided not to do it, apparently for cost ramifications.
Okay, so that just seems like it might affect the calculations.
Yes.
I'm guessing we're not going to get to a definitive answer on that, but I just would request, ask if that's something you can find out.
Sure. And
thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I'll echo Kiku Crossing is such an outlier. You know, I'm reading the letter now. It's used AB 1763, which allows a project within a half mile of a Caltrain station, which is 100% below market rate, to exceed density. And I think it was almost 4 times base density. And so including that in these calculations, I don't think 1 in 14 projects that gets built is going to be half mile within a Caltrain station and 100% affordable. So it feels hard to justify counting on the Kiku Crossing numbers when calculating density estimates for the future.
I do have a note for the record. We do have another affordable project moving through the pipeline. It's the parking lot behind the Talbot site. And we do anticipate that project to be built at around 200 units an acre as well.
Okay, great. So maybe it's not as much of an outlier as I thought, which would be fantastic. And then the one comment I would have there is just, again, not take the average of the averages, but sum the total acres, sum the total units, because that, including the proposed projects and including Kiku Crossing, gets you to 43 units per acre. Not, I think it's 60 that the city is claiming, which is below maximum density.
Gabrielle, I see that you have your hand up.
Yeah, just in terms of the Kiku Crossing project, I don't know how it affects the analysis, but I do recall that they took advantage of a provision in the Muni Code that allows for density transfer. And so, as I recall, one parcel transferred its allowable density to the residential parcel.
Thank you.
Okay, great.
And I had a similar comment about the mixed use density calculations. Again, if you calculate the total acres, calculate the total units, and then divide the total acres, the total units by the total acres, you get 29 units per acre, which is a little bit, it's close to the city's assumption. It's 30 units per acre, but again, it includes a lot of projects that are proposed and are not actual. Next question. So a couple of other issues that the Campaign for Fair Housing Elements brought up. In the draft spreadsheet, there was a greater detail of breakdown where per site it was noted what the maximum capacity was and then what the realistic capacity was. And for the most part, it seems like projects used realistic capacity, but that letter noted that a few projects didn't use the realistic capacity, it used the maximum capacity. And I was wondering if there was a reason that that was done.
We'll look into that. It may be because based on a proposal that's not, particularly very far along in a development process.
Yep.
Sometimes if a developer says, we'd like to do X number of units, we can use that for that site. So, but we'll look into that.
Okay, great. Because I think they note in their letter that the difference between the noted realistic capacity and then the use of calculations above the realistic capacity results in an overestimation of 616 units. So that's seems significant.
And one thing to just note for the record, for our sites inventory, there are state laws that vest residential projects once they get through the pre-app process. So in some cases, we have sites that have made it through pre-app but have not submitted their formal app. But because of this state legislation, we are considering them pipeline because they can often be vested even with just that pre-application submittal. So that might address some of the sites that you're speaking to.
Perfect. And when you get to the point where you're reviewing the public comments, this letter is doing a much better job of explaining it than I am now. So hopefully it'll be clear when you read the letter. And then the next question / comment goes to the draft housing element stating that no individual site less than half an acre is allocated towards lower income units as per state guidance. However, there are 9 sites on the site inventory that are smaller than half an acre, but do have a very low or low income allotment.
We'll look at those. It may be, some of them may have actual projects on them with inclusionary units or whatever. And we'll figure that out.
Perfect.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right. And then the rest of my questions / comments are on specific sites. I have mentioned this in the general plan subcommittee meeting before. I'm concerned about siting housing within 500 feet of roadways that exceed 100,000 vehicles per day. I'm specifically concerned about that violating affirmatively furthering fair housing, AB 686, because we'll be putting a bunch of affordable sites near roadways that the California Air Resources Board recommends against siting things near. And so that the burden of the air pollution will be disproportionately borne by disadvantaged communities. I think it's 26 sites totaling 2,396 units fall within 500 feet of Highway 92 east of El Camino and Highway 101. So I have concerns about that. I don't think there's a real question there. 1900 Fashion Island Boulevard is the target. It is on our site inventory. I saw in the letter that second letter that there's been communications from their senior director for real estate stating they have no plans to change the use of their store in San Mateo. So it seems to me that given that there is evidence against development, it should be removed from the site inventory.
If I'm correct, we did not include the Target store itself, but other developments on that site.
The Target store is on there. I checked.
We'll go back and look at that. Okay.
Diana, I can provide clarification.
Yep.
The Target store is on there because we want to redevelop the parking lot, not the Target itself.
Exactly. Okay. Thank you.
But does the Target own the parking lot? It's 1 APN.
No, there's a master tenant or owner of that site. Target is a tenant on that site, but they're not the owner of the site.
They claim in their letter that they're the owner.
Target owns their store, and it is on the list to be redeveloped into, I believe, 461 homes. The store itself. The adjoining parking lot is also part of the development. I don't know who owns the parking, but I do know Target has said they own their store, and it is on the list to be replaced with 461 homes. 460.
Okay, well, it seems like we have a follow-up there to confirm whether or not Target owns their site and potentially the parking lot. And if they do, it seems like we should remove them from the site inventory since they've stated they have no plans to discontinue or redevelop their store.
Through the chair, if I may, I believe that the Target and the parking lot are a parcel surrounded by the larger master parcel, which we have had indications from the property manager that they do have plans to re-envision that site. And they also own some of those smaller satellite sites that were referred to earlier with the restaurants. They've had a difficult time with retaining and attracting tenants. And so it's possible that one future, I could imagine, would be that if the Bridgepoint at large decides to redevelop it, maybe there's a way to have that as an opportunity for Target. So I could imagine that something could happen there where Target could, I don't know, possibly there could be an opportunity there. And so we will look into the viability of it and dig into that a little deeper. But I did want to make sure to express that the larger surrounding site, there is an interest in that redevelopment. And so
absolutely. Yeah, and for that reason, especially since they've talked to you, I would expect to include the larger site. But given this burden of substantial evidence, I think it would be hard to justify including Target.
Sure. Unless we do more digging and find out that maybe Target and the neighbor haven't been talking.
Sure.
Yeah. So we can look into it a little more.
Perfect. And then you noted the restaurants, so I won't repeat them here, but 2208 and 2210 Bridgepoint Parkway looks like a substantial amount of money is being invested in those sites. They've been completely gutted and rebuilt, and so it seems unlikely someone would abandon that investment in less than 8 years. But again, if you do some digging and you find out, like, I don't know, maybe the Bridgepoint site owner kicked in some of that money in the hopes that they could fill it short term and then redevelop it in 8 years. If we have evidence to support it, I think it would be fine to include them. But in the absence of that evidence, given that they're under construction right now, it seems like a hard sell. What else? I did have on my list that there is a gas station on the site inventory. It is 609 East 4th Avenue. And so I wasn't going to mention that before, but then when you noted there are no gas stations on the site inventory, I just want to bring that to your attention. There's at least one. I haven't ground truthed every site.
We'll look at that, but I have a feeling it's one that either we knew that somebody wanted to do something with it, or it is not a national chain. Well,
okay.
And it's been remediated. Thank you, Linda.
Yep. All right. The next meaty one is 71 to 77 Bobbitt Road, which is Borel Square. So there is an APN 039-011-490, which seems to be a majority of the strip mall, that has an environmental restriction covenant dated 2017 between the property owner and the County of San Mateo, stating that, quote, development of the property will be restricted to industrial and commercial land uses. The property shall not be used for residences, schools, or persons under 21, daycare facilities, hospitals, hospices, or similar sensitive land uses without further evaluation of the environmental conditions and review and concurrence by the San Mateo County Environmental Health Groundwater Protection Program. There's only 2 sites in San Mateo that have environmental restriction covenants in place, and Boreal Square is one of them. And so I'm curious from staff, do we have any guidance from HCD about whether we can include sites with an environmental restriction covenant on the site inventory?
We will have to look into that specific covenant and that restriction further to understand if we want to keep it or if we need to adjust that assumption in that site.
Okay, I would think at a minimum, again, with the substantial evidence burden, some communication from San Mateo County Environmental Health Groundwater Protection Program might be nice. You know, if they say, yeah, it's possible to eliminate the covenant, then maybe. But again, in the absence of substantial evidence, that seems like a pretty strong restriction against its use for residential.
So I just want to interject here. It's been, I don't know, I was keeping track. I think it's been 25 minutes or so. And I do want to give others a chance too. Although this is probably the, heftiest, the meatiest.
This is the heftiest. I promise you I have these are all my questions. I have many fewer questions about the other sections. So I was also curious about the pending project designation on the site inventory. Those sites don't seem to be the same as the proposed projects in these tables. So I was wondering if you could clarify what the pending project designation is.
Diana, are you familiar with that designation?
It's in the spreadsheet of the site inventory. It is column, oh, they're not named. It's site status, and some of them are available and some of them are pending project.
It is, it looks like it's any site that has an open PA, pre-app, or a developer that's expressed explicit interest. So there might not be a PA yet, but it's one that we anticipate in the near term.
Right, sorry about that.
No worries. 131, 139, and 149 Kingston have that pending project status, but it looks like the project was withdrawn in 2021. So that might be one to look at. And then I had a bunch of questions about some of those pending projects haven't had site updates. El Camino Real and Jasmine Street hasn't had an update since 2018. There's some in there that aren't in the city's development website at all, like 41 and 61 Hillsdale Boulevard, 1495 South El Camino Real is given pending project status, but hasn't been updated since 2017. And same with 2850 El Camino Real. I'll just send you this list. There's a bunch. Yeah.
I think there is something that's important to distinguish between. There are actual pipeline projects that are like real projects that are going to happen, and sites where a developer has expressed interest in it, may have put in a pre-app for it and withdrawn. We can call those actual opportunity sites because we've had somebody interested in that site. It doesn't necessarily mean it's a quote unquote pipeline project, but it does mean that it's something that somebody has actually expressed interest in, which further corroborates our understanding that this site is an opportunity site.
Got it.
Do you understand?
Yeah, that's helpful.
Okay.
And so I think it goes to what does pending project mean? And it really means there is interest in developing this site, but it may not be
exactly. There's not an actual project in the pipeline, but somebody said, and it's just like one of the many ways we can say this is a viable project site.
All right, my last one, I promise, which is 717 East 3rd Avenue, which is listed as a vacant single-family home and is part of a consolidated site, which is Site L with 200 South Fremont Street. However, that single family home, based on property records, does not appear to have been sold since 1984. Is it actually going to be redeveloped as a consolidated site with 200 South Fremont Street? Or
it could be, absolutely. You know,
but I don't think the property developer of 200 South Fremont Street owns it unless they bought it in 1984.
It doesn't matter it doesn't matter when the property was bought and whether there is one owner for both sites. What we have to do is sort of analyze, okay, what's our history in San Mateo of basically aggregating sites to actually make development on, and whether or not it means that anything that's happened on that site in 40 years or whatever is irrelevant. If we have a demonstrated track record of development happening on sites like that, which we have had.
Okay, there's a pre-app in for 200 South Fremont Street, and I guess I'll follow up with staff because I'm curious if that pre-app plans covers that single family home.
It may or may not, I don't know, off the top of my head.
There are two projects, one that's at the early stages of construction at 200, and then there's another one at 220, the directly adjacent site, which has made it through the pre-app process. And we are verifying, but I believe that vacant house site you are referring to is part of the 220 application.
220, okay, thank you.
Or 222 South Fremont.
Yeah, I might have maybe just mixed up the two projects and written down the wrong address. All right, thank you. I just wanted to confirm, since again, the property records looked like it hadn't been sold in quite a long time, that it was actually going to be redeveloped as part of that pre-application project.
Yeah, so we just did verify it is part of the pre-app that was recently completed for 222 South Fremont.
Thank you. Those are all of my questions about specific sites.
Okay, great. Thank you for all that. That was helpful to all of us. You're covering a lot of things that some of us may be covering also, so we don't need to repeat ourselves probably. Okay, who would like to go next? Commissioner Nugent or Commissioner?
Through the chair.
Commissioner Nugent, go right. Yes.
So I will touch base on a couple of items that Ms. Patel also brought up, if I have some additional comments on them. Specifically looking at some of the smaller sites, the second site on the list is 0.41 acres. It's a standalone site, and it is being proposed to have a capacity of 12 units on it, with 5 low income, 2 moderate, and 5 above moderate. So that's an example where one of the at least 9 or more smaller sites has been designated for low income capacities, which I do not think meets code for state requirements. There also, the first two items, first item doesn't have any housing on it, or no, it does, it has 3. They're both listed as Executive E2, which I'm assuming means they would have to be rezoned. Numerous smaller item or units on the first page. You've got 0.13 and 0.13, 1 unit single family existing on both sites. Both sites are scheduled for 5 units, and 60% of them are low income or moderate income. Yet I don't, and this happens also, I don't know if the existing units have been taken out of the total capacity. So instead of a total of 5, maybe the total capacity gain would only be 4, if that's appropriate. I don't know if you have to address the units that were existing and then you have demolished them. So a net total add would be less than what the total capacity is currently showing. I made about 5 or 6 phone calls to different developers, and one of them was the Elks Club, mid-page. It's got a projection of 189 units. I spoke to a previous president and current 30-year member of the club who was involved with the management, and they told me that they have absolutely no interest in building housing and that it will not occur over the next 7 to 8 years. There's some more single family unit properties on this list that are being granted or being identified as being able to handle low income capacity. I'm surprised that Wells Fargo is here. I thought banks pretty much never sold their property. I could be wrong. It might be something that's in the works. It just seemed like an odd situation to me. The last unit on the first page is 0.31 acres. The existing is 6 unit, 3 duplexes, and it says you've got a total of 18. Would that in fact be a total add of 12? You've got more duplexes and lines 5, 6, and 7 of the second page. I don't know if the totals are accurate to reducing from the existing to where it might actually turn out. The whole list for Bridge Point to me is highly questionable, not only because Target has said unequivocally they have no desire to redo that site. They've also told me that there is a real estate agreement in place. They would not confirm if it gives each individual owner the ability to stop remodeling of the adjacent properties. Yet they did tell me it is a very common cause or common part of a real estate agreement in those types of situations that would hinder anyone building on those sites at all unless all parties agreed. I think that's something that the city should aggressively find out from the owners if there is a real estate agreement in place, and if so, if all parties would consent to being even on this list, let alone building that site. And since we are showing this capacity to be done over the next 7 or 8 years, at the same time we're showing the Hillsdale Mall as substantial development sites over the 7 or 8 years. I think if you look at the length of time to do site-specific plans, get the entitlements, do the drawings, get the permits, and actually have the ability to start building a project, you're going to be anywhere minimum of 6, more likely 10 years before any projects will start. So I do not think that putting both of those projects in here, that it makes any logical sense time-wise where you could expect to be telling the state that these 2 projects, which are a huge component of this build out, can be built over the next 8 years. It really seems like a stretch to me with both of them. Down the bottom of the page, page number 2, you've got the Bel Mateo Bowl, and you've got 49 units there, of which 27 are shown as low-cost housing. The Bel Mateo Bowl owners told me that They have no interest in selling their projects. They love the San Mateo Bowl, and they do not have any goals of building housing on that site. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fifth item down on the third sheet, you've got 1.4 acres. It says 10 units, and I don't know what that means. I don't know if it's housing or what. But there would be another question there. If we've got the right total capacity, would it really be 44 or would it be 34 when you extract those 10 existing units? I had the pleasure of building numerous Bright Horizons, which is in the middle of this sheet. I called their real estate division and asked them if the owner of Bright Horizon in San Mateo had any desire to tear their building down or sell it and have it developed. They said absolutely not. So I think there needs to be some cleanup on these sites. I'm greatly concerned with the city's refusal to get information that verifies these sites are actually appropriately deemed as being built over the next 8 years. I understand that we have no requirement on us at all to guarantee anything's going to be built. But what we have to do is show a list that meets minimum criteria to be on a list as proposed sites. And that's what bothers me. I don't see the evidence that, or I don't see the documentation that a lot of these sites need to make them verifiable. And that was it on the sites inventory. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Nugent.
Thank you for all of your comments preceding me. I also want to thank the housing team. You know, just as I start my comments, the work you're doing is extremely important and impactful. All of my comments and questions come from a place of deep respect and appreciation for the hard work you are doing. I am proud of the city staff. We have a staff of high caliber and a staff who generally desire to create a better, more just housing landscape for the future. So this is really hard work, and you're undertaking uncharted territory. So those are just some of the comments that I want to start before I get more into the nitty gritty. My comments are going to be extensive. To implement the housing element in a way that truly advances fair housing goals and meets the need of our younger generations is going to require tough decisions and a lot of work. This housing element is an opportunity to make real progress. And I want to have this entire process be characterized by hope. It's going to give us the ability to repair racial and economic disparities and combat the cost of living increases that are disproportionately hitting younger adults. Demographics are going to drive our housing needs, and it's also going to drive our political will. So the younger half of our population, as you know, has a different outlook and set of values than many who are in the older generations. And the political winds are blowing in the right direction for positive change. The millennial and Gen Z generations are the largest generations in history and will have a continually increasing political voice and power. And it is the younger generations that are feeling the most pain in this crisis, and they are the most motivated to bring about change. So we cannot botch this for the next generation. I want to look at quantified objectives. So just talk about that briefly before I go into the site inventory. According to HCD, the sum of the quantified objectives for the programs should ideally be equal to or surpass the community's identified housing needs. That sentence is pulled straight from our housing element. The only way we can justify not meeting these identified housing needs is if there is no way to make changes or develop programs to increase housing production. I'm a former Army officer, and I find the defeatist attitude of our quantified objectives currently listed in our housing element to be absolutely unacceptable, especially considering that our goals and policies are currently quite limited in scope. I'm also the son of a former CEO of a major statewide nonprofit who provided social services and affordable housing development. So I'm very well aware of the funding needs and costs that go into this. Overall, unaffordable housing has one and only one cause. It is purposeful communal enforcement of it. It is legislated poverty. So here's where I'm going with the site inventory. Fundamentally, I don't see a set of programs or proposals in the draft housing element that justify the assertion that there will be a 300% increase in housing production over the next 8 years. It does not exist right now in our housing element. And I think part of it comes down to the site inventory. And it's in large part due to the methodological shortcomings of the non-vacant sites analysis. So one of the key passages from the HCD housing element completeness checklist, something that HCD will be using when evaluating our housing element coming up, is this. It says non-vacant site analysis. For non-vacant sites, demonstrate the potential and likelihood of additional development within the planning period based on extent to which existing unit uses may constitute an impediment to additional residential development, past experience with converting existing uses to higher density residential development. It goes on to say more, including development trends, market conditions. What that means to me is that this information needs to be quantified. So in addition, another passage from that completeness checklist talks about non-vacant sites. If non-vacant sites accommodate 50% or more of the lower income RHNA, which is the case in San Mateo, we need to demonstrate the existing use is not an impediment to additional development and will likely discontinue in the planning period. These findings need to be based on substantial evidence, as Commissioner Patel had mentioned. So these are my underlying questions when it comes to the site inventory. How does the city plan to increase home building by over 300%? And is this development increase realistic under the described methodology? And part of that is what is different in cycle 6 from cycle 5? Because the city's sites capacities have not changed from cycle 5. They've actually shrunk because many sites have been developed in our city and no zoning changes have occurred. So is there a proposed program or group of new programs that can be shown to increase home building over 300% based on substantial evidence from other municipalities or economic studies? Right now, I don't see that. And so part of that is I believe that the site's inventory analysis is incomplete. We say from our draft housing element that it doesn't include the economic feasibility of specific sites, and it doesn't take into consideration of owner's intended use. This is something that Commissioner Patel had mentioned. So my question overall, what is the substantial evidence that the city provides that uses will be discontinued for non-vacant sites? And how does the city incorporate redevelopment trends in its site capacity calculations? So the factor of redevelopment trends is going to be my main focus for this. And if you look at State Government Code section 65583.2C2, the housing element must describe the methodology used to determine the number of units calculated based on the following factors. Now, originally past cycles had to look at land use controls and site improvement requirements, and I think that the city has done a good job of that. But in addition, there's 3 other aspects that are new this cycle. It's the realistic development capacity of the site, typical densities of existing or approved residential developments, current or planned availability and accessibility of sufficient water, sewer, dry utilities. I believe that the realistic development capacity for sites has not been factored in an appropriate or meaningful way in our sites inventory calculations. So if you look at page H26 from our housing element, I want to highlight a passage where it says the number of units that might be able to be developed at various affordability levels was then estimated, e.g. available land zoned at higher densities can be counted toward the very low and low income needs, and land zoned at lower densities are counted toward the moderate and above moderate income housing needs. The analysis was then completed using the actual average residential densities for developments built on land with various zoning designations over the past 5 years. So what my question is, from this paragraph, is what is the denominator used in calculating this average? And does this denominator only use recently developed sites, or does it look at all similarly zoned parcels? Practically all sites are non-vacant. So as you stated, we need to look at production trends. So the city needs to consider past experience converting existing uses for non-vacant sites. And this is coming from HCD's Site Inventory Guidebook. Non-vacant sites, the housing elements must describe the realistic development potential of the site within the planning period. So to me, development potential times a period of time, i.e. the planning period, equals a rate of parcel conversion to new housing. And I'm going to go further into Site Inventory Guidebook section on development trends. So what this says is the inventory analysis should describe development and or redevelopment trends in the community as it relates to non-vacant sites, i.e. the rate at which similar sites have been redeveloped. And then later in that passage, it says the results of this analysis should be reflected in the capacity calculation described in Part C. And so I look at HCD's Site Inventory Guidebook capacity calculations, and it has multiple factors that need to be accounted based on that government code that I had mentioned earlier. It's land use controls and site improvements, and that would be the net acreage due to on-site improvements, including sidewalks, utility easements, things like that. And I imagine the city has done a pretty good job of doing that. That is something that has been needed to be done in past housing elements. But the next factor I really can't find in the site inventory methodology. It's the realistic capacity of the site. And so in this example calculation, the adjustment is 55%. And the reasoning in the Site Inventory Guidebook example is that the 55% adjustment is based on past development trends for residential redevelopment in the example zone and programs to incentivize development in that zone. And so that factor is not something I see that's adequately taken into account. And then the next factor, typical densities, what are the typical densities? We've been talking about that with past comments. That I think we can figure out. There's some questions about how we're calculating that in some of the sites. But that is a factor that I do believe that the city is taking into account and can get into this calculation. What I do see as the closest thing that I can see to a realistic capacity of the site that the housing element provides is in the site inventory approach. It's section 3.4.3 in our housing element. It's on pages H26 to 27. And it's where the city, as had been mentioned before, has a potential or a development potential ranking. So I'm going to just read a little bit of that section. It says each site or potential aggregation of sites was analyzed to discern the likelihood and feasibility of development during the period 2023 to 2031. Factors such as the underperforming or vacant uses, owner or development interest, age and size of current improvements, site size, and site constraints were reviewed. And depending on these considerations, the sites were ranked from 1 to 5, with 1 being a site unlikely to redevelop within the planning period, and 5 being highly likely to redevelop during the period. And then it goes on to give some samples of the rankings in a qualitative way. So what I see here is the writers of this draft are using a subjective ranked series of numbers 1 to 5 in its calculations to encode what some person guesstimates is the realistic development capacity of sites. This is like using emojis, where we should be using available numerical development trend data. Using qualitative characteristics, which is what the site inventory is currently doing, is using qualitative characteristics to rank the likelihood of redevelopment for various sites, is not an acceptable methodology that I have seen in any documentation from HCD. The likelihood of redevelopment should be based on quantitative measurable trends, and that is said over and over in the HCD Site Inventory Guidebook. And the only valid exceptions should be for places with reasonably similar development. The only valid exception should be for places without reasonably similar development history to calculate trends from, and that should generally not be applied to the Bay Area. So when ratings are subjective, and this is where I have major problems with it, when ratings are subjective, it is impossible for the public to ascertain the quality of your analysis. It amounts to staff saying there is enough capacity because to us it feels like there is enough capacity. Trust us. It then becomes uncannily convenient for that staff has determined that we have enough zone capacity to meet our RENA allocation. When we use objective quantitative data, which is what we should be doing, we find that the probability of development, and we find if we use objective quantitative data and we find the probability of development is lower than what we need to meet our goals, we have the ability to draft policies that will enable changes that will be able to help us meet goals in predictable ways. In contrast, when you base development capacity on subjective criteria, you have no way to understand how changing policies will allow you to meet our development needs. So in sum, past production trends must be used, including whether or not a site will be developed at all. Staff or consultant intuition is not acceptable. Unless there's substantial evidence that a site will be developed according to a listed density, be it a letter from the property owner or a pre-application submission, unless there's those sorts of things, the city should be using an objective calculated probability of redevelopment based on all similar properties locally or regionally over the course of the past RENA cycle. Based on data from a UCLA study published in 2021, that probability for San Mateo is 8.5%. Another portion on this subject related to non-vacant site analysis, I want to mention from the Government Code section 65583.2 subdivision G2 in our state laws states that an existing use shall be presumed to impede additional residential development absent findings based on substantial evidence that the use is likely to be discontinued during the planning period. I know this is something that's been said over and over. A qualitative ranking of sites cannot be considered substantial evidence, and it should not be. Lastly, the realistic development capacity must include a monitoring program with next step actions. Monitoring programs with next step actions should be incorporated if the expected housing development is not produced. It should allow us to create new policies and strategies if we're not meeting our goals. Right now, we are set up to not meet our goals. We're not even set up to expect to meet our goals. And it's impossible for us to actually determine whether or not we would be likely to meet our goals based on the way our current methodology is proposed. So those are all my comments on the site inventory. I did not go through the site's inventory. I applaud everybody else who has done that. But I think the methodology needs improvement. And I think it's really important that we can work with HCD and other advocates to improve that. So thank you. I will give other people an opportunity to talk.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Nugent. Can you hear me? I feel like I lost my voice there. So I have a few comments, but I think that everybody has covered a lot of it in greater detail than I would. But I guess I'm actually going to switch the order of my comments. And the one thing I'm going to just start with is that the big differences between, so I guess this is some notes I took while listening to people that wasn't necessarily related to the site's inventory, but it's, I guess, the comparison of cycle 5 to cycle 6 that we're in now, or that we're preparing for now, is that, when you look at this previous cycle or the cycle that we're in currently, we've been through some kind of unusual times. And so to compare to this current last period of years, in fact, 6 to 8 years, we've gone through, there was, the recession is further back, but then there was this incredible growth period in the Bay Area, maybe not of housing, but of some huge projects that affected every other kind of design and construction and implementation. The Apple project, the, multiple hospitals being built around the Bay Area. I mean, that happens to be the kind of work that I do as an architect, and hospitals and medical office buildings. And, there was just a lot of large scale healthcare projects as well as tech projects. And the ability to get supplies and construction labor was really impeded. So, we sort of went through all of that, and then we get hit by 2020 by a pandemic. And, so here we are again in this, this labor shortage again, and for a completely different reason, for the opposite reason, actually, for the fact that there were, worldwide, nationwide, statewide shutdowns, or at least particularly statewide anyway, shutdowns of projects, construction, of everything really. And so, that now we're experiencing these supply chain issues that have, I've been experiencing it, hearing about it anyway from the contractors I work with, for months or a couple of years almost now, and these labor shortages that continue to plague construction sites. So, I'm hoping that that's turning around and that things will kind of normalize soon. But it's difficult to compare, I would say, what we've kind of these like huge sort of cycles that we've just gone through to what I hope will be a more stable time in this next 2023, this cycle 6 that's coming upon us. However, I did really, I guess on a related note, it really hit home to hear about, one of our public speakers talk about, we need these projects, we need this housing. We can't even get enough people that live within, commuting distance to work on projects because they can't afford to live here. So, I mean, I see that. I see that all the time. I see people on job sites. I go to job sites regularly that are, driving hours to get to a job site by 6 a.m., and then, hitting the road again in the afternoon and driving hours back to where they live, where they can afford to live. So all of that's not lost on me. So sorry for all of that. It's kind of off the topic, I guess, of the sites inventory, but I guess it started with this idea of comparison. So, the criticism that we can't really meet our last guideline or our last goals. So, how are we going to do it this time around? I think that this was a good, there was a lot of, it was a good discussion. I mean, the reinforcement that this is a guideline, that we don't know exactly how each site's going to be developed. We're making our best, the team is making their best assumptions about how things will get developed, I think needs to be remembered. Let's see, where to start. I guess I'll say the next thing I wanted to just comment on was that I'm pleased to see that, as I mentioned earlier, that there is a, consideration for conserving and preserving. And, I know that doesn't increase housing, that doesn't add to our housing stock, that doesn't help us meet our RENA numbers, but sometimes it's not about numbers. Sometimes it's about, really, it always should be about the people that live in our neighborhoods. And so if we can keep people, I look at, I think it was 4.2.2 existing housing programs. There's a lot of items listed there: minor home repair, home rehab, lead-based paint hazard reduction. I mean, there's about 15 items there that I think are really important to consider. And again, it's not necessarily pertinent to the sites inventory, but I think it's really important to try to work on those items as well. I talked about the vicious circle of labor shortage, needing housing. I think my only other comments are just, the specific kind of comments everyone's, I would say Commissioner Patel and Commissioner Ednetter talked about in detail. And I had the same thoughts about a couple of them as well. Hillsdale development, I didn't quite understand how that was a realistic concern for this cycle because of the time that it takes to, produce, to get a project out of the ground and going. And that they've just invested, a lot of money at that, a lot of time and money at that location as it is. So I didn't feel like that was a very realistic inclusion. I mean, it needs to be included, but does it need to be reevaluated a little bit? I also noted gas stations. I was concerned about gas stations, and the fast food comments kind of caught my eye. The Target question confused me a little bit as well. So I guess I'd kind of like to see, I didn't have a chance while we were talking to kind of go back and look at that in more detail. I had a note to myself that it didn't seem realistic because it was a national chain. So, but it sounds like there's more conversation to be had about that, or more review on the team's part. Those are really, I'd say, my specific questions or specific comments on the housing, on the sites inventory. I think everything else has been covered in pretty good detail. So with that, I think yes.
May I make one more very specific and fast comment? To echo what you said about Hillsdale Mall, the second letter from the Campaign for Fair Housing Elements notes that 11 acres were recently redeveloped. They found a record that shows that the property owner took a $240 million construction loan to redevelop those 11 acres. So it seems quite unlikely that they would scrub that investment and redevelop those 11 acres in the next 8 years. So I think at a minimum, those 11 acres should probably come off the site inventory.
Great. Thanks for that specific info. Okay, so
Chair,
with that,
through the chair, I did have one other item that I think would warrant some follow-up. I have talked with the developers of the Concar Passage project, and they're not proceeding at this point as far as they were able to tell me, mostly because of economic conditions have changed. They definitely are not stopping the project yet. I think a conversation should be had with them on what they think their timeline looks like. It's that they still have, existing tenants on site. I don't believe they've submitted for permits yet. And you might want to reach out to them and get a good grasp of what they would think the percentage of that project could be done during the next cycle. Thank you.
Yeah, but wouldn't that be considered a pipeline project? I mean, it's been in the works. It's been.
Well, there's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. It's a pipeline, as far as I can tell. Yet, it might not be a pipeline that would be able to be fulfilled within this cycle.
Well, what are to be included in the sites inventory, it needs to be, doesn't need to be completely fulfilled. I mean, what is the?
I don't know. I was just throwing it out there. I mean, I don't want to talk about sites any longer. I'm just saying that I have talked to them, and I know there's been some issues with the financial components of that project, and it might be something the city might want to touch base with. That's all.
Okay, so with that, let's move on to the next item. And it is going on 10 o'clock. It's 9:54. Zach, if I recall, we talked about the other day that if we're going past 11, we should be taking and we don't need to do it at this time yet, but we should be talking about taking a vote to see if we are continuing this or if we're going to continue on until we're done. Is that right, Zach?
That is correct. It doesn't need to be a formal vote, but there needs to be a concurrence among the commissioners to proceed with discussion beyond 11 p.m.
Okay, so we don't necessarily need to decide that right now, but let's decide that maybe at a little before 11.
Through the chair, could we decide to take a 5-minute break?
Oh, good idea. Let's take a 5-minute break. Okay, come back at 10 o'clock. Hi, is everyone coming back? All right, cookie crumb in my throat from getting a snack. Okay, so do we have everyone? Looks like we have Ebner, Commissioner Nugent, Commissioner Pentel, and myself, and everyone else. Okay, I think we can get started again.
Through the chair, if I can. I was going to introduce the next topic of discussion, which is the affirmatively furthering fair housing narrative. So as we had mentioned earlier, we broke this down into two topics. So the first one is just focusing on the issue identification and the approach that we had presented. And then, of course, under the goals, policies, and programs section, we can go deeper into the action plan.
I'm not quite sure I understood. So you're saying under the affirmatively furthering fair housing narrative, you've broken that down into two? And what was the first item?
Right. So this item is focused on the background information that we presented, the analysis that was done to identify the issues that are impediments to affirmatively furthering fair housing in the city that Diana Elrod had presented. And so does the commission have any comments on the actual narrative and analysis that went into what the issues are and what the challenges are that the city faces? And Diana, please feel free to chime in if I missed something.
No, that's great. That's what we need. It's just about the narrative. The actual goals and policies and programs are part of the fourth bullet, the goals and policy programs of the whole housing element. So.
Okay. I think I understand. Okay, so would anyone like to get started with any questions or comments?
I'm happy to. I just want to ask. Just to clarify. So, any affirmatively furthering fair housing comments on goals, policies, and programs, we should hold off. It should be just everything up to that point.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Great. All right.
Okay. Thanks. That's good.
All right. Well, I guess I'll kick it off. This topic is probably the most near and dear to me. And my general comments to start is kind of to frame it of where are we going with this? We should have a very clear end state where the city has solved the identified patterns of segregation, geographic disparities, and affirmatively furthered fair housing. It does not have to be achieved by the end of this cycle, but its expected year of achievement should be stated like an admissions goal for climate action. This end state should be discernible and anticipated by our goals and actions. Before I go further, I do want to quote something that I read not too long ago from Michael Cross, a social psychologist and an associate professor at Yale University, that I've remembered. It's many Americans have hard time recognizing the magnitude and persistence of racial inequality because psychologically we resist these truths. Psychologists refer to this kind of broad bias and perception as motivated cognition. That is, most Americans want to live in a society that is more racially equal, and so they engage in mental actions that ignore, discount, or downplay contradictory evidence to maintain coherence between belief and reality. So that's a cool quote, something that we need to remember when we're involved in this. Likewise, when progress towards equality seems inevitable, our incentives for political action will be low. So it's important that we understand what our existing conditions are and what these actual contributing factors are to these existing conditions. Overall, we need to end residential segregation and reinvest in our northern neighborhoods without displacement. So looking more closely at the fair housing assessment, I would say I'm going to just talk about shortcomings. Again, it's an enormous task, and I don't want to sound negative at all. Like, I'm very impressed by the work that's been done. So for the sake of time, though, I'm just going to talk about where we can go further, and not just further, but where we need to go. So one of the shortcomings that I want to note first and foremost of the assessment of segregation and integration patterns is that there's no analysis of racially segregated, concentrated areas of affluence. So missing this assessment of the most segregated racial population, which is non-Hispanic whites. Why is income segregation substantially higher in San Mateo compared to the rest of the Bay Area? That's something that's in our data in the appendix. This assessment should highlight factors that can be fixed. And the other thing is there's no opportunity sites located within the city's highest opportunity areas. That's unfortunate. I wonder, is it possible that we could show a figure from the appendix, the affordable AFFH appendix? I'd like to see figure 11-6, which is on page 10 of the root policy research map. Is that happening? Oh, great.
I'm trying to pull it up.
All right, well, I'll keep talking, and then if we can get to it, yeah, please do. But the big thing that I wanted to mention is that in this map, it's showing 3 census tracts in North Central. Those census tracts are less than 10% non-white. And we also have major census tracts west of El Camino that are 70 to 80% white. And so these are large chunks of our city that are significantly different. And the white population is the key population because it is the white population that created the policies in the situation that we're in, primarily to segregate itself from others. So when we look at, diversity indexes throughout the city, the fact that there's a mixture of Hispanic, Latinx, and Asian population and Black population in my neighborhood and not a white population is a major signal. So if you look at the really dark area, that's where it's, less than 10%, almost less than 6% in one of those tracks, non-white or white. It's less than 10% white, 90% plus non-white. That is a meaningful assessment, and it's important that we also understand why there's an extremely low population of Black people in San Mateo. there's a significantly lower population than the Bay Area overall. It's like 1%. What are the causes of that growing exclusion of this demographics from San Mateo? And why has in San Mateo's income segregation at the neighborhood level not improved over time? And why is it worse than the Bay Area average? That's a question that we should be asking. To just follow up a little bit on the Black population. So it's actually 2% Black, but for example, for contrast, I know that in my neighborhood, North Central, it was 18% Black in 1990. And now in 2017, it was 4%. That's a huge amount of change. And I think we need to discuss, what are the possible causes of that? My personal opinion, from what I believe, is likely due to actually disinvestment-driven displacement. And a combination of that with greater increasing housing prices, where the conditions have not improved enough to justify the costs of staying within that neighborhood. And so more marginal people move in, especially new and recent immigrants, while the Black population has moved out. That's what I garner. Now it's not shown in this assessment yet. The other thing I want to talk about is housing habitability issues. And so that's actually on page 40 of this root policy research map. So it's figure 311. And the thing I wanted to touch on here is that it's a very strong and distinguishing characteristic of North Central, and it's highly concentrated in North Central and downtown. And this is separate from North Shoreview. North Shoreview is being lumped in with North Central quite a bit in this analysis, and there just is not a comparable, housing habitability issue in North Central. It's just not characterized by that. And so I know that this map is coming from the AFFH data viewer, but they're getting their data from the California Healthy Places Index, which is a little bit better geographic breakdown of that. And I'd like to see the city use the California Healthy Places Index, the HPI, for maps of housing habitability, because it will outline a little bit better distinguishing of neighborhoods and even sections of neighborhoods. And then another thing that I think needs to be more emphasized from a geographic level are geographic differences in overcrowding. So overcrowding is a strong and distinguishing characteristic of North Central. It is leaps and bounds different from the rest of the city. So it's highly concentrated in one city. I believe North Shoreview is 13%, which is significantly less than North Central. San Mateo overcrowding overall is 7%. And I looked at data on the data viewer. I'm sorry, this is also, you can see it on page 60, the map of this. So if people want to look at that in this data, it's figure 419. Let's see. And so North Central, north of Poplar Avenue, the overcrowding rate, there you go, is 1%. And that's actually pretty common throughout the city. There's a lot of portions of the city where the overcrowding rate is like 1%. The overcrowding rate in North Central south of Poplar Avenue is 27%. That's a huge disparity. And that's something that we need to focus on in a lot of areas that is specific to that area of the city. But we need to focus on it in our goals and policies. And then just to give a broader discussion about the fair housing assessment, there has been a history of resident trauma and exclusion for the people of North Central, including many who are alive today. They have themselves and their families have experienced exclusion from other neighborhoods and steering away from other neighborhoods in San Mateo in their lifetimes, and basically forced into the neighborhood of North Central. That needs to be paired in our assessment and our understanding in the story of fair housing with a strong history of disinvestment and a neighborhood and its people from that disinvestment need thoughtful repair in both the public and private realms. And I think what I mean by thoughtful repair is it's not just the physical structures, it's also the lived trauma that has affected members of that neighborhood, of my neighborhood. I want to go into contributing factors a little bit more. So I've talked about the fair housing assessment and some of the areas that I think need to be emphasized and prioritized in our housing element. And again, that fair housing assessment emphasis is based on unique geographic differences within our city. So just taking some of HCD's guidance for identifying and prioritizing contributing factors, I just want to note that a fair housing contributing factor is a factor that creates, contributes to, perpetuates, or increases the severity of one or more fair housing issue. So that's important for a lot of areas. What we need to do is we need to identify and evaluate these factors and what are significantly contributing factors. And we also need to prioritize them. And following that, we need to discuss strategic approaches to inform and strongly connect these factors to goals and actions. And that's something that I felt was missing overall, was there just wasn't a strong connection between fair housing, or I'm sorry, contributing factors and our goals and actions yet. There's some seminal portions of that, some early portions of that, but it needs to be fleshed out. Overall, I think the analysis of the contributing factors in this is currently inadequate. It focuses right now more on the characteristics of the victims of our discriminatory structures and thus functions more as a continuation of the fair housing assessment section than what it's really meant to be. So for instance, one of the contributing factors listed in one of the pages is that Hispanic residents are more likely to work low-wage jobs, or that Hispanic residents are primarily concentrated in the northeastern area of the city, where residents face higher poverty and cost burden, as well as poor opportunity outcomes. That's something that belongs in the fair housing assessment, not so much in the contributing factor space. Again, that's a description of what's going on, not a contributing factor. And so what do I want to look at? What do I want to see in contributing factors? I want to see city-controlled regulatory factors that cause or contribute to fair housing issues, and they should be fully identified, and they should be taking primacy in this analysis. Right now, I don't think the city-controlled regulatory factors are adequately discussed. So what does that mean? So I've read over and over again HCD's affirmatively furthering fair housing guidance. So some of the examples that they propose or provide for contributing factors, say for instance, segregation and integration, it includes community opposition, lack of community revitalization strategies, lack of private investments in specific neighborhoods, land use and zoning laws. Likewise, for racially and ethnically concentrated areas of poverty, that portion of AFFH, some contributing factors could be deteriorated and abandoned properties, which is what I've seen in my neighborhood. displacement of residents due to economic pressures. That's pretty clear in our data. Land use and zoning laws, and then occupancy codes, restrictions. Some more that you could see is like disparities in access to opportunity. Those would be availability, type, frequency, and reliability of our public transportation system. Location of proficient schools and school assignment policies. And then, for disproportionate housing needs, the availability of affordable units in a range of sizes. Right now it's pretty clear we don't have a strong availability of that. That's glaring. We have a lack of renter protections, and then again, land use and zoning laws. So those are the type of contributing factors. These are, really regulatory or quasi-regulatory things that we can actually affect with city policy. So contributing factors must answer key why questions. So to me, here are my key why questions that I get from our AFF8 section. What unique factors, characteristics in history in North Central and separately North Shore View are leading to the concentration of higher poverty, low economic and environmental opportunity, high cost burden, overcrowding, flood hazards compared to the rest of the city of San Mateo? And then that leads to the question of what existing government constraints or policies have perpetuated these concentrated characteristics? And then what factors, policies, and history in other parts of the city contribute to the absence of these characteristics, especially west of El Camino? That is what we'll need to develop high quality policy. The housing elements, it needs to assess the geographic and regulatory causes leading to these concentrations. It needs to look at causes. And that's really the only way to develop quality place-based programs and actions that can meaningfully repair these issues. It's a lot of work, but that's what we're supposed to be doing. Contributing factors, they need to be able to guide significant, meaningful, and sufficient policies to overcome patterns of segregation. So that's a sentence that's been listed quite a bit in all of the FFH documentation. We need to guide significant, meaningful, and sufficient policies to overcome patterns of segregation. So again, I mentioned this housing element fails to discuss strategic approaches to inform and strongly connect contributing factors to goals and actions. And so this contributes to the creation of goals and actions that are not yet sufficient to produce the meaningful action that we need. So where do we go with this? Well, existing patterns of segregation are significant. There's a census tract divergence within the city that ranges from 82% white to 6% white. And class segregation largely follows these lines. So what we need are actions and policies sufficient to overcome this pattern in a reasonable period of time. Actions and policies should be structured in a way that economically creates value for the city and for residents without destroying the value of existing places. That's key. We do not want to make the city a worse place to live. We do not want to destroy value in an economic sense. We want to make improvements to all neighborhoods in all areas of the city. And so actions and policies need to be doing that. They can't just lower the quality of existing neighborhoods to bring parity. They need to raise everybody up and integrate. So where does that lead us for contributing factors? To me, we need to tell the story. This is something that the HCD guidance has emphasized. You need to tell the story. So what is the story for North Shore View? Well, I think the big story here is if you look at page 69 of our root policy research map data from the appendix, is that the special flood hazard areas in North Shore View are basically overlapping what North Shore View is. So that is probably a major factor, unique factor that is affecting North Shoreview. I think key differences between North Shoreview and South Shoreview is that there's a lack of levee protection and flood hazard chance, and there's limited access to circulation and transportation. I know that the housing element touches on that, and I think those are important geographic things that we can then use our goals and policies to fix. Yeah, perfect, thank you. And I think this housing element does get that generally right in making those assessments for North Shoreview. And it does allow us to focus policies to overcome that. And again, one of those policies is actually underway, which is the levee development. The next one is for North Central. So we need to tell the story of North Central from a geographic, policy-related, city-controllable aspect. And so North Central has a number of things in its story that relate to contributing factors. Poor housing conditions, which I mentioned, and overcrowding. And we need to be able to understand what distinguishes North Central south of Poplar Avenue from other parts of the city, and how that might lead to higher concentrations of more marginalized groups. So why is North Central south of Poplar an edge racially and ethnically concentrated area of poverty? I would say it's a combination of disinvestment and environmental hazard, and another aspect too. So what do we see? It's decades, almost a century of disinvestment. There's some houses there that look like they've come out of the Great Depression. Both private housing stock and public infrastructure has had decades of disinvestment. The other part is overcrowding and poverty are both a symptom and a cause of private disinvestment. And then thirdly, it's the levee protection and flood hazard chance affects part of that neighborhood. And then, lastly, I want to say the other part of North Central is the forced ghettoization that the city and other policies and private actions have done to the neighborhood over the course of decades, and its failed segregated schools. It has a history of highly segregated, underperforming school in its neighborhood. That is Turnbull Learning Academy, which closed about 15 years ago. The building was repurposed for College Park Mandarin Immersion, which is a magnet school, and it does not serve the neighborhood itself. But back when Turnbull was at its last days, it was placing dead last in state indices because of the segregation and concentration of poverty. That is a deep cavity from which a neighborhood must pull itself out of. And it requires the city to take extremely careful and meaningful action to do that. I have a lot of hope for my neighborhood, and I think it's an amazing place. So it's important that we get this assessment right, so that it can guide us to what we need to do for our goals, policies, and actions. So those are my comments on AFFH at this point, outside of the goals, policies, and actions. Thank you for humoring me with your time.
Chair Williams, you're on mute.
Could you not hear me? Because I was actually not on mute on my phone, which is what I'm doing. But
we could not hear you. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't understand how my computer's working. It wasn't because sometimes I'm using my phone because my microphone on my computer doesn't seem to be properly working. Anyway, if you're hearing me now, who would like to go next? Commissioner Patel?
Sure. I want to just thank Commissioner Nugent for that very thorough and extensive analysis. It's hard to follow that up, so I will just I will say one comment that I noted in this section is my concern that we have no sites in the highest resource neighborhoods. And because we have no sites in the highest resource neighborhoods, and because the zoning in those neighborhoods does not currently allow for the type of multifamily development that would trigger the inclusionary zoning requirements, that means we do not currently have any plans to build affordable housing. We're not enabling the construction of affordable housing in any way in our highest opportunity neighborhoods and areas, which seems a pretty big flag in terms of affirmatively furthering fair housing. And so I worry that that will not stand under scrutiny from HCD. That's it.
Okay, thank you. John?
Through the chair.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Adam, for the in-depth discussion. Very helpful. Before I get into asking to look at some maps and figuring out why we are where we are, I think Adam is absolutely correct. We have fooled ourselves into thinking we want to live in, if I pronounce something wrong, Adam, you can point out to me, but the psychiatrist, that we all want to live in segregated housing, but unfortunately none of us are really doing anything about it. And as far as I'm concerned with affordable housing, is that we, meaning America, is stuck with segregated housing that has been centuries in the making, and we in San Mateo are being tasked with addressing this problem. And I think the affirmatively furthering fair housing is a much more difficult task than putting a housing list together, housing site inventory. I have spoken since day one on this housing element and the general plan update in particular, that excluding R1 neighborhoods from any changes is wrong. And I've been told the whole time that they're not being excluded and that they're part of the general plan. And that is not the reality. I know that the part of the report, tonight's report, had mentioned Richard Rothstein's book, Color of Law. And one of the most important sentences in that book is he said that unless you desegregate and actually desegregate the R1 neighborhoods and live in a community with different ethnicities, you will not solve the environmental, the equity, or the economic problems that we are all living today in this nation. We flat out refuse to implement the programs that we are now putting forward as helping alleviate the discrepancies in our community are going to make them worse. We are concentrating our housing not throughout the city, as the report says. We're concentrating it in a quarter of the city. A lot of the housing will be exposed to low-cost housing will be exposed to environmental conditions, which will only further the burden on the impacted. I can't say strongly enough that we have to look at the R1s, not only because it is law, but because morally, we are never going to break out of our shackled hands unless we move forward and actually look at the policies that are in place, why we are where we are now, and make substantial steps to move forward. Could we look at one of the maps that shows the locations of the proposed housing? I think there were like 6 or 8 locations.
Yes, certainly. One moment, Commissioner Ebnetter, I can pull up the slides again. Is this what you were looking for?
Sure, that'll help. So we're saying, one of the statements is that we've got, housing dispersed evenly throughout the city. Well, we don't. It's in certain concentrated areas, less than 25% of the square footage of the city, and that is not dispersed throughout the city evenly by any stretch of the imagination. With this map, can you also then show me the map that's a colored map that shows the different, yeah, here we go. Okay, so how is that? We don't touch the highest resource areas except for a tiny little area, and I'm not even sure why that's shown in there. Everything is in moderate to high, but it doesn't go to the highest. And that leaves us in the same position where we are today. We are not going to have an integrated community. Can you go to the flood zone, please? Not only are we going to be impacted by storm surges, but we're also going to be greatly impacted by standing water because our water table is getting higher with the surge of the higher bay levels. So I don't know exactly how much housing we're shown here, but I do know that Bridgepoint is shown as a flood zone. And how are each of the locations, we're supposed to look at our housing inventory and look at them through the vision of affirmatively furthering fair housing. And I don't know how we can look at each site and say, yes, this site will affirmatively further fair housing. I don't know if we've done that. I know we are supposed to do it. But if you throw in the environmental component alone, and again, as Ms. Patel has mentioned, we're putting 2,000 to 3,000 housing units within 500 feet of major highways, which is against state guidelines. So to me, we are exasperating our problems by not doing exactly what our general plan vision statement said, and that is to make bold decisions to address a changing future. And I see us, unfortunately, relying on old policies to try and address new issues without having solutions. There was one part of the report that I think said that there is not one neighborhood in the city that is susceptible to gentrification or displacement, which I find exceedingly difficult to understand, especially with the information that you have included in this report. It points to displacement all over the place. And I find it quite unreasonable to think we don't have people who are very close to being displaced, especially when 50% of the renters are extremely rent burdened. And if 50% of the population is renters, that means 25% of the population, or 25,000 people, are susceptible to displacement. So I don't know where that number came from, but there was one other highlighted section that I want to read from the city's report on AFFH. The history of segregation in the region is important not only to understand how residential settlement patterns came about, but more importantly, to explain differences in housing opportunity among residents today. In sum, not all residents had the ability to build housing wealth or achieve economic opportunity. This historically unequal playing field in part determines why residents have different housing needs today. I want to say that I take a little contradiction to that. It says the historically unequal playing field in part determines. I say it almost absolutely determines people's fate in our communities. And just because we did not personally create these problems doesn't mean that it's not our responsibility to address them. And I don't feel that we have done the legwork to identify the problems through outreach with those affected and come up with solutions to solve our ongoing inequalities. And that's my statements on AFFH. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will make my comments now on AFFH.
Through the chair, may I just follow up on one thing Commissioner Ebnetter said?
Sure.
Which is just to note really quickly that the Housing Leadership Council submitted a letter as well. And on page 1, 2, 3, 4 of their letter, they show data surrounding the areas in San Mateo that are at risk of becoming exclusive versus the areas of San Mateo that are stable or advanced exclusive. And they go into some commentary about the technical designation of risk of undergoing gentrification and how to interpret that in light of this data, looking at risk of becoming exclusive versus stable and exclusive. And so I would encourage looking at that letter and reading their commentary because they go into that topic in some detail.
To the chair, Seema, I was actually knew I had missed a map, so thank you a ton for bringing that up.
Sorry, sorry, through the chair. Can I just follow up on that one comment, just in general with that data? So San Mateo is basically the epicenter of wealth in the Bay Area. I mean, we're in San Mateo County, so we've got Atherton, we've got Hillsborough, we've got Palo Alto right next door. The numbers that are used to determine gentrification, displacement, all that UC Berkeley did, are a little bit, they don't get the fine grain aspects of our particular situation in this city, because the cost of housing is so much higher, even relative to other parts of the Bay Area, especially for the naturally affordable housing, that it's hard to quantify accurately without actually seeing what's going on the ground. You look and you walk around portions of my neighborhood or other parts, it doesn't look that different than portions in East Bay that would be more in the prone to gentrification category. And that I think has a little bit to do with just the costs being different and hard to gather in Berkeley's study. What does that mean? Well, I think it means we need to look at some of the factors, including primarily, especially overcrowding and rent burden and racial factors. So the Berkeley study is maybe a little coarse for us to use as meaningfully as we should. So I think we should take that with a grain of salt. That's just my little input on that.
Okay, thank you. I just have a few comments because I think that there's a couple things that were the same things that struck a chord with me in the narrative. I thought the history, I'm not sure what was sort of, required of this narrative, but I think that the history section, item 2, history of segregation in the region, is extremely important and well done. I think that, that line that John just quoted, that is something that I noted too, that this inequity between people in terms of the ability to build housing wealth or equity in their housing is really kind of one of the basic roots of the problems that we face in our society. So anyway, I think that it's a brief but good kind of overview of things. It led me to think of a project I did for a client, and then quite a number of years ago. I mean, I don't know if it still applies to San Mateo at this time, but it was probably 15 years ago, and it was another part of the Bay Area, and I was doing like an addition or a remodel to a house in a it wasn't an Eichler subdivision, but it was a similar kind of a thing. And the client, I was saying something like, well, I'm not sure if that will be allowed. We'd have to see. And he said, look, I'm not even allowed to be living here according to the CCNRs. So, I mean, it's just this history, just reading the history just sort of made me think about, do we still have CCNRs on the books that are excluding people from, the 1950s, 60s, 70s, whatever it is. And, I don't think that specific task was noted anywhere in what I read, but we certainly do need to be, looking at even that kind of a basic thing. Are there still CCNRs that are excluding people? So anyway, the couple of other thoughts I had was, this item I've kind of woven through here, I guess, was this idea of improving assets in area of poverty, working with some of the housing stock we have. Again, it doesn't help with our numbers, but it helps with this idea of gentrification or displacing people. And if we're going to look for fair housing, we also need to, I like that was included, that there's this, there are these goals to improve the assets within areas of poverty. Housing for people with disabilities was also, I feel like, pretty well addressed. I mean, at least from my point of view, I mean, I don't know if I read there was enough detail to it, but I think that, again, I think Diana made a point that, San Mateo, we do have a pretty good history of building for, this is not Beverly Hills or Redondo Beach. I'm not even sure where Redondo Beach is, but anyway, that we do have a fairly good history so far in recent years. And, housing for people with disabilities is something that, that I think is really needs to be emphasized. And I felt like it was pretty well addressed, at least on a broad level that I was reading under AFFH. So Another comment that I had was that I thought it was it kind of relates to this idea of improving assets, I guess, in areas of poverty and excuse me, maintaining good housing stock in good repair, and that list of items that I mentioned earlier. It's I think it was 4.2.2, but this other item was landlord outreach. I mean, we talk about outreach to tenants and this kind of thing, but if landlords need education or information, that is something that I think is an important goal as well. So if we expect a partnership, then we need to provide the information and the tools that they need. Let's see, and then we kind of touched on it. I think all of us have kind of touched on it a little bit. The kind of environmental hazards that some neighborhoods experience, whether it be this idea of freeways or the flood zones, or overcrowding and unsafe conditions. So I think that really needs to be addressed. The building code actually addresses some of these things pretty well. I mean, fire sprinklers, wildlife interface zones for fire construction that is fire resistant, flood zones, of course, as well. So, we need to be looking at that and do what we can to mitigate the effects of climate change on these neighborhoods that are going to be affected by this. I think that is it. Those are my comments on AFFH. So with that, it is almost 11 o'clock. We should take a quick assessment of whether or not we want to keep going or continue this. We kind of decided that, at this point we should, I guess when I was talking with Zach, it was clear that we should make sure we're all on the same page if we're going to continue or if we're going to postpone it to another meeting. I think at this point we have a couple more areas to talk about, but we've probably covered most of the big items so far. So I'll just start off by saying I would propose we continue. Hopefully it won't go as late as last time, but I don't know if that was the last, I think that was the last meeting, right?
Yeah, Chair Williams, I agree. I think that just based on the overall timeline for the staff to get this housing element, updated and completed this year, just I think that's, I'll sacrifice some hours of sleep tonight to help push that along.
Okay. Through the chair.
Yeah.
To level set expectations and provide information, I have notes on 3 sections, including the needs analysis, the constraints analysis, and the measurable the policies and programs. And I have notes on many of the 38 policies and programs. So I suspect policies and programs may be quite meaty.
And perhaps if I may, through the chair, make a suggestion, there is an opportunity for commissioners, if you would like to give us like a detailed list of all your comments after the meeting, that certainly, helps staff. But if you want to focus your comments on the high level topics or issues, that I don't know if that would help make this a more efficient conversation. But we welcome all of your input, but I don't know how many of those are high level versus like detailed comments.
So through the chair, as I've expressed in the past, I do not feel that I serve this commission well as we go past 11 o'clock. We're going to be discussing some pretty in-depth policies that need to be looked at. And I have no desire to continue on this meeting, none.
What are our options?
I think it has to be a consensus. So, I mean, it has to be unanimous, I guess is the word. If you don't, I mean, you know, we can't three of us go on without John. So, yeah, so what are our options?
Zach or Gabrielle, do you remember if it's consensus or a majority vote?
It would need to be majority. So 3 out of the 4 would need to vote to continue.
What my question is, what are our options procedurally if we choose not to continue? Would we be able to meet next week? Is that?
We would have to evaluate our special meeting options. This meeting does not require a motion to recommend. This is kind of a public hearing for feedback as part of the public comment period, which runs through May 6th. So as Manura noted, providing written comments following up this meeting is a very viable option to communicate what your issues, concerns, comments are. So there is that opportunity as well. I know looking at our next regular meetings, we have a number of items in the queue, so I don't know that this item would be able to fit on either of our next 2 regular meetings, so we would need to look at where a special meeting could be held in terms of time and date.
So go ahead.
Sorry, this is Gabrielle Whelan, Assistant City Attorney, and my recommendation would be that if it is going to be continued to a special meeting, that the date of the meeting be selected tonight, so that people are aware of when the follow-up meeting will occur, because I don't think there'll be time to send out an additional mailed notice.
So I have a suggestion. What if we were to kind of do a compromise and suggest that we try to wrap it up by 11:30, which is better than 12:30, and then any follow-up could be written information, and that we each aim to keep it at a high level, I guess.
I garner a tremendous amount of information and input when I get to hear my fellow commissioners' thoughts and processes. I will constantly be changing my output, my thoughts with your input, and to get it electronically shortcuts that for me completely. So that really doesn't work for me.
I agree. I'm especially curious to hear Commissioner Nugent's, I'm sure, very thorough analysis of the policies and programs. And I don't know if it's going to come through the same way electronically.
Okay, so I think that we probably have like an hour ahead of us based on, I mean, half an hour then doesn't really do it. So if we were to look at another date, what was the option again, Gabrielle? You said that we would have to pick a date now and then notice it to...
Yeah, so I'm just thinking out loud. I mean, there's no requirement for mailed notice, but I do think it would be good, if it were possible, to choose a meeting date this evening for a special meeting, so that anyone who is watching the meeting is aware of when the follow-up meeting will occur.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Right. Could it be next Tuesday? I mean, like 1 week from now, for instance?
Yes, so the requirement is that the agenda for a special meeting be posted 24 hours in advance. And so there's plenty of time to do that. I think it will just depend on when other boards and commissions are meeting and what staff's schedule is like.
Okay, so
in looking at the city calendar, next Tuesday, this would be May 3rd. It does not look like we have any other city conflicts in that at that evening.
Okay, so does that seem amenable to everybody to do this?
I'm fine with the 3rd. I'm fine with the 3rd, but would it be would it be via remote or would it be in person?
Remote. I don't think our first in-person is till the 10th, right? And I, you know, I don't want to put that pressure on whoever has to figure out how to do it in person, because I know it's going to be a hybrid system at that point. I think we should stick with remote. We all know what we're doing.
The only reason I was saying is I don't know if city policy is changing as of May 1, and we need to be there. It doesn't make any difference to me either way. I just want to make sure, you know, what we're going to be doing and where.
Oh, I didn't realize it was like as of May 1. I thought it was.
I don't know.
Yeah, we're trying to figure that out through the chair. I'm not sure if it's May 1st or May 4th. We'll have to follow up with the city clerk's office to find out.
Yeah, I was going to say the same. And so it's not it's a combination of a matter of city policy and the renewal of the resolution that allows for the remote meetings. And so the plan was to let it expire. And I'm not sure what date in May it actually goes away. So we had made plans with the planned planning commission meeting, and we'll have to make sure and see if the date works for the special meeting. The hybrid meeting would create a different set of circumstances as far as noticing and things like that go, as far as I understand. And I see we have Gabrielle on the line who I think can speak better to that.
Yeah, and so I do think that the declaration of local emergency expires at the end of this month. And so it's possible that the meeting would need to be a hybrid meeting. But I can check into that and then follow up after this meeting. I don't have an answer tonight.
In looking at it on April 18th, it looks like the city council reauthorized the teleconferencing for boards and commissions for 30 days through May 18th.
There you go.
So
okay, then that takes care of it. So then the planning commission could meet remotely.
Okay. Seems like it might be a little bit easier to fit this in, given that we're still got training for how to do hybrid, and that sounded like some complexity to that we don't need to add in just yet. So, all right, well, I think it sounds like the consensus is to postpone this rest of this discussion till May 3rd at 7 p.m. Remotely. And if that can be arranged, I think that would be good.
And do we need to take a vote on this, Gabrielle?
Yes, we need a motion to continue the meeting to a special meeting on May 3rd at 7 p.m.
I'll make the motion. I want to make a motion to continue this meeting to a special meeting on May 3rd at 7 p.m.
Second that.
Okay. Can we have a voice vote?
Yes. Chair Williams?
Yes.
Vice Chair Nutter?
Yes.
Commissioner Nugent?
Yes.
Commissioner Patel?
Yes.
One question, I know the motion was just made. Is there interest in starting at earlier or keeping it at a 7 p.m. start time?
So
I'm fine either way.
7 p.m. works a little bit better from a family perspective with children.
Yeah, I was just going to say 7 p.m. I don't have children at my house anymore, but I think for the general public too that wants to join, probably works better for families. So let's keep it at 7. And then I do think that we aren't yet adjourning because we still want to talk about, what else do we need to talk about? Reports and announcements, I think, if we're going to close this item at this point and then continue it 1 week. Are there any reports and announcements?
through the chair, I don't know if this is an announcement, but I had a question for staff about our upcoming schedule and whether or not we have an agenda for the 10th, May 10th.
Yes, we do. Through the chair, we are looking at some business items for May 10th. We have some land use items, a public hearing and a study session that has been noticed. And we possibly will have a third item as well.
Okay, great. Then I just want to let everybody know I will be out of town for a work event the 10th. And so I will most likely not be able to attend that meeting.
Okay. I will probably not be able to attend the one on May 24th, if we have something on May 24th. I think that's right. Yeah, the 24th.
Through the chair, if I could request, are there any other commissioners who may be out on May 10th or May 24th? Just because we have one vacancy at this point and could face quorum issues if we don't have 3 commissioners able to attend.
I'm available, so for both dates, so it will not be a problem for me.
I'll be there till 11 p.m.
Thank you, Commissioner Ebnetter.
So with that said, though, if we've got study sessions and 2 items possibly on the 10th, is this an option for us to do the study session at 6, or what? How does that work? Or are we doing something like that?
We're still evaluating the 3 items, Commissioner Ebnetter. We are hopeful that maybe one of them could be on consent, but at this point, we're still working on the staff reports, so we don't have complete information yet on the logistics.
Okay, thank you.
Through the chair, I have one more question. As we move into in-person planning commission meetings starting on the 10th, what are the rules surrounding commissioners attending remotely? Are we required to attend in person?
You are not required to attend in person, but if you attend remotely, then a notice needs to be published that says your meeting location, and you need to make that location available to any member of the public. So if you're at home, you need to let members of the public in if they show up at your door.
Okay. I'm asking because now that work travel is picking up, I imagine I might run into this situation more, and I'm fine to attend remotely in the evenings, but I don't know about making the location of my hotel public. So we'll see. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, that's interesting. I forgot about that piece of it. It was just, okay, well, I think we have training. We have like a sort of a training thing this Thursday for how to do hybrid meetings.
Yes, through the chair. That's for the chair and vice chair at this point. So this is a training just because the running of the meeting, it presents some complexities when you're chairing a hybrid and an in-person meeting. So how to manage both those formats. So there is a training scheduled for this Thursday. And I'm
okay.
hopeful.
For all of us. Okay, thank you.
I did have a few other updates. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, I'm happy to chime in with the planning manager updates. So there is a new handbook that the Institute for Local Government has launched for planning commissioners. So I was planning to share that with you tomorrow morning. There is also a training that is being done throughout the state on a county by county basis. Our county is scheduled for October, so we still have some time for that one. But I thought it would be helpful for you to see the handbook and hopefully use it as a resource in your deliberations. So I'll post that out tomorrow. We discussed the hybrid meeting format already, so more to come. May 10th will be our first meeting in that format. And of course, if you have any questions, please reach out to Mary or myself, and we will do our best to address or provide any guidance that you may need in advance of the meeting. In terms of staffing updates, so the big announcement is that tonight is Gabrielle Whelan, our city attorney's last meeting for this commission, and she's accepted a city attorney position at Los Gatos. So congratulations, Gabrielle. And I know Chair Williams, you wanted to say a few words as well.
I did. I was just going to say congratulations and thank you to Gabrielle for your service to the city of San Mateo as legal counsel to us here on the Planning Commission. I know the scope of your job carries over to many others besides just this commission, but those of us that volunteer for boards and commissions depend on your guidance and your unbiased interpretation to assure us that we're following the rules. Following the rules means we're acting with transparency and fairness for all the people of San Mateo. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's really been an honor to support the commission and the planning division. And what I really am taking away from this experience is the respect with which the commission treats one another, the members of the public, and staff. And it really has made it a pleasure to serve. And I think the decisions that have been made have been excellent as a result of that.
So through the chair, I've had the wonderful pleasure of working with Gabrielle for close to 7 years now. And from day one through this morning, your support, Gabrielle, has meant everything to me. It's a difficult project or difficult commission to get your hands around initially. And you were always there to support me and give me fantastic information, which kept me focused on the key components of the projects and to always make sure that I followed the law to not expose myself or the city to misguided judgments. So thank you so much for everything. It's meant the world to me to have you support me, and the best of luck to you in your next position. Thanks again.
Thank you all very much.
Yeah, thank you. It's going to be sad to see you go, but I'm
I know.
very excited for you.
You have a lot on your plate. So you're going to have an exciting time ahead.
Well, we're pacing ourselves tonight so we can get to sleep. So well, if there is nothing else, we can adjourn the meeting. All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good night.
Good night, everyone.